man. We all love to hear the good news, so we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come here, good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. We all love to hear the good news, so we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come here, good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. News. So we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come here, good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. News. So we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Every time. Come here, the good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. I love to hear the good news. So we all should rush to hear the good news. But we cannot find the good news. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. Wow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Every time. Come hear the good news. Share the good news. Should rush to hear the good news. But we cannot find the good news. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. Wow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Every time. Come hear the good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news.
Next on News for the Soul, Connected Living with Brenda Davis Matz. Brenda, also known as Two Feathers, is a multidimensional shaman. She works as an energy healer, light language channel, artist, and outdoors woman. She uses her abilities to help people, animals, and nature on the journey of connected living. Please welcome back Brenda Davis Matz to News for the Soul.
Hey, Soul family, wherever you are in the world, thank you so much for joining me. Uh, it's a very incredible time, and I just noticed this. It's interesting. This is my final show, um, which is such a bittersweet moment. Full of excitement, and yet very much missing being with the energy of each of you. And also, yesterday was my 5 year anniversary with News for the Soul. So super, super cool to see that. It didn't even hit me till I sat down for today's show looking at things and just thought, wow, what a milestone. And all of the energy that everyone has brought, I'll touch on it later, but I'm just blown away. It's just a super cool moment. So I'm just sort of taking it all in as we go, moment for moment, minute for minute, and in such gratitude for Nicole and producing the show and everything behind it. So anyway, for those of you new to the show, thank you so much for tuning in. And for those of you joining again, thanks so much for coming back. It's interesting. I'm given a channeled topic for each show that has to do with the collective, us as a whole, primarily those of us listening on the station, and then the extension energy of us that listen on the station. So it really is this culmination of energies in our primary collective, but it has a multifaceted exponential effect on those around us. Very much how light language works. You kind of put it out and it's sort of like perfume in a room. It just sort of goes where it needs to go. And those who need to scent, need the scent or need the smell, receive that. You will smell it through a process scientifically called fission, where the molecules connect to the different molecules to create that scent across a room. But nonetheless, energy is energy, and that's how it rolls. So for today's divinely channeled message, it was about the trust fall. And in previous shows, I discussed the 2026 um, channeling of assimilation. It's what we're really putting into action. Everything we've formed and come into as we really begin to understand what our new paths and purposes are. And you may be anchoring into something that you've been in for a while that you're just getting deeper into. And you may be like me, where everything is just sort of uplifting, uprooting, and then moving into kind of out of the seed tray and into the garden as it is. So there is so much that goes into that. And what they are bringing forward is that trust fall, that knowing that everything is complete, right on time, divinely timed, and you're going to receive exactly what you need. I was going back through some previous shows on SoundCloud, and it's really interesting how I would just pick a show, hit it to play, and it would give me the message that I needed in that moment based on questions I asked when I went to listen. So it was a really fun play on just knowing that everything is okay. And that was very specifically one of the messages that I said. So it's almost like I was, my past self was talking to my future self in a way. And it's so cool to see how that just moves forward into where we are today. So the trust fall, really looking at your life as a whole, recognizing that you are complete. Everything you need is inside you. And knowing that that is going to come out exactly as it needs to, when it needs to, even if you don't have all the answers right in front of you. It's kind of like you're supposed to be taking a test. Innately, you should know this because you studied, you went through it. But still, you get some of those testing hesitations where you look at the answers and you're just not sure if it's the right one. Which way do you go? What do you choose? And so I feel like this is really our test, stepping into our mastery of understanding that we are always okay and in perfect alignment. Now, another thing that they brought up was nervous system recalibration. Nervous system recalibration. And this is something that we've been working with. But as we really move into this, um, as we're moving into this new chapter of ourselves, we have to recalibrate. We're realigning. We're coming back into the know of who we are and what we're designed and meant to do, live, and be in our incarnation. And it is exactly you to a T. It has always been you. And when I say that, I know most of you probably feel like, what do you mean it's me to a T? Well, you are you. There is no other you. There can be no other you. You are very unique. When you live you're unique. This is something that they say constantly, that you are perfectly shaped for the form that you're meant to live. You're perfectly shaped for the form you're meant to live. And by that, you're like a puzzle piece. You're going to link into what is only designed for you. No one else can fit in that little slot. They don't have the curves, the bells, and the whistles that you do for that. So you have to trust that. And that is part of that trust fall. And that nervous system recalibration is about those endings coming into new beginnings. It's about you allowing what has been to be and what is coming in to become. And it will come to you naturally. And a lot of this comes with resistance. Humans just don't like to change. We like to have things in sort of this sort of monotonous lineup where we can predict what's going to happen. And we don't have that comfort anymore. But the neat thing about it, it's a different comfort level, because when you go inside, when you really come into the level of who you are within you, you don't need any external answers. You don't need any external anything, whether it's, and I'm going to be bold and say this, whether it is medicine, whether it is anything from the outer world. Yes, to work with nature. Yes, to work with the planet in a way that is in harmony, in sync, in that sort of figure eight infinite vibration. But to really understand that you are composed of everything you need. You always have. And we've just been taught, and it's just such a practiced state of being to look outside ourselves for the answers, information, and guidance. But that is really reflected back in. So when we say life is a mirror, you're reflecting back to you that which you are. So if your external world is very chaotic and you're looking at it from this, um, wild vantage point of feeling tipsy off the top of a rock, that is you. That is inside you. So that is something to look at to say, okay, I need to step off onto more of a stable ground. And when you do that, you realign, you recalibrate, your nervous system shifts, those cortisol levels change, and you become more of what it is that you are meant to be. And this is something innately that each of us in our own unique way are coming to the understanding, I'd like to say, of the understanding. It's not understanding, you're not under yourself, you're in yourself. It's an understanding. So trust that. And I feel like we've already gone through the first quarter of 2026. The first quarter. I mean, we're stepping into May, the second quarter of 2026. This blows my mind. It's just going fast. And it's going faster and time will speed up. But also that instant manifestation phase is coming in that is actually going to play a fast factor in what it is that you are creating. So when you realign yourself and allow yourself to fall into position, you actually will come into connection to even more than you expected to connect to when you initially said, okay, well, I'm just going to just lean over and let the wind take me. This isn't about giving up. This is about, and I don't even want to use the term surrender. This is about the allowance of your energy to freely flow into everything you know and everything you don't know, and to just be. And when you come into that balance, that alignment completely, completely rewires you so that you can really gain more access to those gifts and abilities you already have. And I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it again. There are a lot of intuitive hits coming into alignment for people. So more of your clairs, more of the clear parts of yourself coming into balance, coming into check. And I think for many that are a little newer to the understanding or inner awareness of intuition, I feel like many will be shocked moving forward. There's going to be these, crazy radical dreams, visions, connections, knowings, feelings that we're going to connect to, that you're going to be connecting to as you step into more of alignment of who you were. And I feel like there's a shakeup coming, and I've heard others speak of this too, and I really feel it now more than ever. It's kind of like when I would hear a rattlesnake, and it's not to be bit, it's an awareness. It is it's an awareness sign. I don't even want to say a warning sign for a rattlesnake, obviously. Yes, it is kind of that. But it's an awareness. It's coming into the space of awareness of something happening. It's sort of that honking of a horn. It can be a little bit of a shock and awe, especially if you weren't expecting a horn or a rattlesnake or whatever that, shocking moment is for you. There are going to be many shocking moments, many shocking revelations, many things that just pull you out of the grip that you've had on the reality as you think you know it, and moving you into more of a space of inner awareness and flow. And for many, that will be incredibly uncomfortable because it is a new space. It's when you can't just pull the blinders down on and say, I'm just not going to look at this today. It won't go. It won't go away. It's almost like I look back to when I first started waking up and I would hear these voices and I would have these ultra connections to things that I had not ever had connection to on that level before. And it was very overwhelming. For a long time, I couldn't even shake hands because it was just this crazy shock that went through my body. And it was just like too much knowing. And I had to learn to align with that, to recalibrate and allow that information to come into being. But I would look at a hand, would someone reach out to shake my hand? I was terrified. My eyeballs would bug out, just be like, I'm sorry, I can't. And they wouldn't understand. But that's just where I was. And for many, that's where you'll be because there is this great opening taking place. And as this happens, I feel the friction in the air. I feel what I'm seeing in my mind's eye is that sort of storm of change, bringing about the clarity. So if you've ever watched a storm pass through, it really does clear the air, and everything seems so much more relaxed and open after a storm passes through. It does have a purpose, even if a lot of our weather has been modified forcibly, but allowing that clearing to take place gives you that openness to become more in tune. And for many, you will be very connected to the weather. Maybe you always have been, and you just haven't really seen it from, excuse me, an intuitive perspective. But that is something that we are coming into balance with. I can't wait. I mean, it's just going to be like, a superhero movie, one after the other, by us just being who we are. And I do see some questions coming through, which I'll get to in just a moment, but there's this alignment taking place that is massive in scale. And so just know that as you move through these really interesting challenges, changes, and insights, maybe new insights, you're not alone. We're all in the soup together. And as we learn that we're in the soup together, this is where the new connection to the collective comes into play. This is where we gain strength in building our foundation, new foundation of who we are. This is it. This is the alignment moment. This is the pinnacle, the precipice, the doorway, threshold, however you want to see it. It is here. And we are just about to walk through it. But there's this sort of wild ride happening as this roller coaster just drops us off at the door. So trust it, know that you are okay and in perfect time. And that which needs to be shown to you will always be there. And for many, I also see guides. There's several guides coming in. And what's also interesting that they're showing me, and I'm seeing this right now, is there's a new perspective of guides. We oftentimes give them a form of like an ancestor or like a human type form. And I'm seeing for many, these are not human forms. These are more, some are galactic and some are very etheric, very high level beings that have always been with you, but you are finally becoming recalibrated enough to uh, connect to in a clearer way. And so that also may be a little daunting as you get comfortable with the uncomfortable. When you get comfortable with seeing these different forms and never thinking that that particular form is possible. I think it was the seraphim that I saw one time, which, has all of the eyes and the wings and it's a very unusual shape and form. And the massive energy that they put off is just mind blowing. And the first time I ever connected, I just didn't even know what I was seeing. I had never had any reference point for it. And so I just had to understand that this is what I was seeing that I can interpret in my own way. And so this also kind of goes back to your own unique way of recognizing the design of what comes to you. your own unique way of recognizing the design that comes to you. And how that plays out is, again, very unique to you. We'll all kind of pass around information. We'll be like, oh, well, an Arcturian looks like this, or a seraphim looks like that, or, this particular being, the triangle-headed beings look like this. We have different variations of what they look like, right down to what a Pleiadian might look like, and these other galactic members of our galactic family. And so as we learn to get comfortable with those expressions, they may be coming to you in a particular expression that is meant for you to see in that way. Sometimes comfortable, sometimes they'll bring it through to you in a way that you can digest and process. Other times it's just shocking. It's like, I don't even know what that is. And this is also comfortable and uncomfortable in a way that it can be very positive and it can feel very negative. It can feel very heavenly and it can feel very demonic. And so this is you interpreting the space that you're in at the time, but always coming back into you. Remember, if you're seeing something, you're coming into an awareness of some type of energy, you're meant to. It's a part of who you are. And so don't deny that. Just try to find ways to work with it, through it, and aware of it. Because again, you are learning to work with the landscape, the formations throughout the land. Some are very easy to navigate, and others are incredibly challenging. But whatever that is for you in that moment, you're ready for it. And this is another thing that they like to say as well, is that when you step into your mastery, this is what each of us are doing. We're no longer going to need, someone to hold our hand every step of the way. We're no longer going to need to just, call it a psychic and say, hey, am I taking a trip to Italy tomorrow? This is where you're intuitively going to know. And you're going to know if you want to take that trip to Italy tomorrow. There may be things around it that you're like, oh, this sounds so wonderful. But your intuition will tell you that, maybe you need to check on something first. And so it gives you more of a robust understanding of the whole picture, where you really gain awareness of the whole picture rather than just being a fly-by-night. And the human race as a whole are very childlike in their quantum awareness. We've been like the Fool card in the tarot. And, just looking at things from a hold my hand perspective, when there are ways and through which our own talents will come forward to guide us. And then we will in turn help others. And so this is a building. We're building this new foundation through those new awarenesses and that consciousness course correction. All right, let me take a couple questions here. We've got Heather in Illinois. She's feeling the ever increasing tension in her area, specifically areas of her body, and she's concerned about manifest illness. She wants to feel better and avoid illness. What can she do? Okay. All right, Heather, thank you for that question. This is a really great question. And as a collective, we are working through old stories, his story, her story, their story, ancestral patterns. This is something that we are becoming in tune with so that we have that insight. So for you, Heather, to say that you may be manifesting an illness, you may be manifesting an illness. And it's kind of like when you wake up, do you want to have a good day or do you want to have a bad day? There's always things that will happen that are outside of your control, but what you can control is how you respond to it. And when you work with those cortisol levels or that nervous system awareness, you become totally in tune to what you need to do for you. And so I feel that yes, you do have an ancestral pattern that needs clearing, and I'll give you a hand with that in just a moment. But the tension, I feel like there's this heightened state of awareness that something's coming, like it's pending. And so your nervous system is responding in a way that you tighten, you kind of seize up, you sort of freeze up in a way that doesn't allow you to flow through it. And so this is also a great reference point for you to just say, okay, let me take a deep breath. Something is moving through. And so we'll have these big kind of implosions from stories in in our minds, in our families, in the external world. What you have to do is really move back into center. So, Heather, as you listen to this, and you can go back and listen to the replay as much as you need, really come back into the breath. Come back into the space of knowing that you are everything you need. You are well. You are in perfect alignment with your divine nature. Your healing capabilities start with you, and every cell of your body can now emanate that beautiful natural space to heal and align with your true nature. And I feel the energy work, and I feel there's this relaxation that's coming in, and these cells are relaxing in such a way that it is going to release a lot of old emotion. Allow that motion to pass. Know that if you do feel very heightened in your state of emotion, that that is part of what's moving through you. You are releasing. And release is a very, very important aspect of moving us into this attunement of awareness. Just by the fact that you want to feel better, you know something needs to change in order to make that happen. You've just set the intention and created the manifestation. So you are intending to be better. You are intending to feel better. And you are intending to avoid illness. And a way you do that is you speak it into presence. I am healed. I am whole. I am well. I live every day to, my best, highest, healthiest. I always feel healthy. I always feel nurtured. I always feel loved. However you want to use those words, play with those words. And for those of you listening, as this resonates in any aspect of your life, this is how you manifest. This is manifestation 101. Speak it into being. Just action follows thought. If you are creating, if you are thinking, you are creating. So when you intend that, you then start the flow. That is your first reference point for it. And know, this is part of that trust fall. Know that once you have done that, you have just spoken into being. Where I feel like we all fall short is we don't believe ourselves when we say it, or we feel we have to have some external validation for that. When really, if you speak it into being, it just is. It always is. And so also, Heather, what I feel like you're doing is feeling a collective shift. And that collective area is that increasing tension. There is this tightening in the energy of the collective. If you look at the energy waves, they are bands that, as they free flow, you could think of Qigong or Tai Chi and you watch the hand movements, they flow. But think about somebody chopping an onion, chop, 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 chop. It's a very different perspective with regard to how energies are flowing right now. And we can, in one moment, feel so free flow, and in the next moment, feel like we're just crashing into waves. And that is actually part of how we find our balance. Just by the recognition that you understand, okay, I'm hitting a wave now. Here's another one. And you come back into balance. Find your balance. It doesn't mean we're ignoring what's happening around us. It means we are choosing to hold a flow and a state that represents what we intend to feel. And when you do that, you then send out your own waves that then move back in and create what comes back to you. Again, that mirrored effect. So this is really, really important now to hold that space of peace and calm for you. It doesn't mean that we don't have these crazy, wild, intense emotions, especially with shock and awe of information coming forward in our lives on every level. We're constantly bombarded with a lot of this stuff. But what it's doing, it's kind of like the universe saying, think fast, you've got this, think fast, you can do it, snapping its fingers, and you are just jumping into place. And you want time to think about it, you want time to reflect on it, but you're having to call on your own unique way of seeing things. You may not have time to respond in, this calm, assertive manner. You might have to pick something immediately, make a choice. And so, what you can do is just feel the choice inside of you, feel what is in the best, highest alignment for you, and trust that. This is where you may not see the outcome right away. This is the trust fall of knowing that when you need it, it will be there. And so you may make a choice on something today. You might not see it for another 2 to 3 months in this second quarter. So keep in mind that there is a lot culminating. And what's beautiful about this as well, and this is something that they have also shown me, is that the collective as a whole, we are weaving a new tapestry. So because you've intended something today, it may not be immediately ready, which is why you're not seeing the validation for 2 to 3 months, because that is forming. Now, yes, there is some things that it is instant manifestation. You are going to receive instant karma. You are going to receive, you could create out of thin air whatever it is that you need. Yes, we are in those times, and that may sound like a superhero movie, but we are superheroes. We're just really coming into the recognition of that. And so there are things, yes, will be instantly magnified, but many things are being modified in order to create the opening that you chose to intend to walk through. So that is being prepared. And when you just open to that state of being, it is. And you will find that it will be. So just trust that. Heather, for you specifically in your body, I feel the heart, and I definitely feel like even my shoulder blades feel like they're tightening. And you kind of it's almost like you're bracing for impact. Breathe. The breath work will really, really support you moving through these wild stages. You are moving a lot of information through your body, and it's very important to breathe through it. Breathe through it. It's kind of like riding a roller coaster. If you tighten up completely, it makes the drops even worse. But if you lean into them and let it take you, you actually find that it is, quite a fun ride. I personally don't do roller coasters much anymore. My system cannot handle that, but I used to love them at times when I could just free fall into whatever was there. And now I just choose on a different level not to do that. But maybe for you, you are learning to redesign what it is that your rooms and the configuration of your life look like. And so that tension building is just preventing you from flowing into the space that you really want to be and desire to be. So trust that. And I will include working with that in the light language at the end of the show. Okay. Sherry in Boston. Her husband is of a different opinion than she is regarding politics and current world events. Is it ever going to be possible to be able to come together as we used to? So, as a collective message, there's no going back. There's no going back. We can never unsee what we've seen. We can never unknow what we've known. You can never, for you, Sherry, personally, you can never be in the same space as you were before because you have different viewpoints. And when you do that, you may come back into balance in a different way, but it will never be what it was before. And it's not meant to be. What you do is you grow through it and you come to a new awareness and understanding with each other that it actually becomes a representation of the whole, the yin and the yang. Everything can't be a yin and everything can't be a yang. It's out of balance. So what is it about your world, your life, your politics, your pictures that are creating those polar opposite exchanges? This is where you really come into not only what you believe, but allowing what can be. My question, and this is something I see with a lot of people that are polarized when it comes to politics, many people are saying the same thing. It's just a different dialogue. And we have been taught to hate one side or the other. That one side is bad, these people are evil, that belief system is awful. And it's like words put into your mouth when you really didn't say that. At the end of the day, if you and your husband were going to have someone walk to the door and a total stranger and come up to the door and knock and need help, are you going to go through all of the politics of everything to figure out what it is they need? Or are you just going to look at a human and say, do you need a help? What do you need? And you're going to assess and you're going to go back to what I've been talking about, which is discerning within to see what needs that external action. Discerning within to see what needs that external action. And when we do that, we harness a completely new energy that destabilizes these opinions we are anchored into come hell or high waters. And at the end of the day, does it matter if you either one of you are on your deathbed about politics? I mean, are you really going to talk about that? Or are you going to have a different awareness about the larger picture? That is how you find a place to be. When you start to think in terms of together, connection, collective, you will only come together when you find the space to be together, regardless of what an opinion is. What do they say? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one. So it's an opinion. But when we as a collective come back into our inner awarenesses, those external values change in a way that brings us closer to each other. And again, forms a new foundation that is by far and large a stronger, more capable society. And not only that, putting this out there, Sherry, we're going to, this is the year of assimilation where we really put it all into play and with our galactic family as well. And I keep saying our galactic family. Some people aren't really sure what I mean by that. We are all one. On some level, they are always with us. We are always with them. We're just the childlike version that's really coming into the awareness that, there's a lot more out there than we thought. And for those of us that have been on this path for a long time, we step back and we watch those that are still, in a way, caught in these tiny little loopholes like Swiss cheese of our society, constantly going in and out of those little wormholes and missing a bigger picture. So my question to you is, can both of you step back from your opinions, look at each other, and remember your own values toward each other? And if you can, you will be in a whole new level of awareness and intraconnectedness, which will open you up to amazing, beautiful things. So it's not about being bipartisan. It's not about, looking at one or another's opinions. It's really about who we are and how we connect and what we want to connect to. And those values will gain traction when we focus from a different perspective. So I wish you both the best. If I can help to clarify anything I said, please feel free to write in or reach out. And I'm happy to do so. But this is really, Sherry's question is so poignant to where we are on every level. And everyone has an opinion, whether it is through politics, through health. I mean, either some people are just hell-bent on vaccinations and others are just totally opposed. Either way, where do we find the common ground to be with each other? How we see our world is changing. Those shocks and awarenesses, the revelations that we have coming forward to really teach us the truth about what actually is, not what we have been taught or shown. We are revamping how we've been conditioned as a collective to understand each other. And we're going to intraweave a whole new space of being. But first, there is some charge coming. There is some wild rides preparing us to come into this new knowing, this new space of interaction. And so it's a beautiful thing. But again, it's a very charged space to be in currently. It's kind of like right before lightning strikes in a way. So Sherry, thank you for your question. Let me go to Felicity here in New Zealand. Do you see things shift for her soon around money? And things have been very challenging in recent months. Okay, Felicity. I feel like you are really shifting out of lack mentality, and that is why it is really in your face. You're mirroring back to you what it is that you're putting out, and it is a lack mentality. So, how you can work with that is speak yourself into wealth. Action follows thought. If you're thinking, you're creating. I am wealthy. You know, I used to have a little post-it note on my mirror, and it read, I am healthy, happy, wise, and wealthy. I am healthy, happy, wise, and wealthy. And I would interchange that based on what it is that I needed to work on that day. And so if I felt like I was not wealthy, I said, I am wealthy, I am happy, I am healthy, I am wise. And I would just play with those until I can do it now. And there's a template. And so this is very unique. When you create a template, a pattern, you have the ability to instantly connect to that. It's the same way as going back to Sherry's question in politics. You have a pattern, you have a template. But when you rework that and redesign it, you come back into the awareness and understanding that you are always abundant. So, Felicity, you are always abundant. You are always in alignment. Allow the magic to happen. When you see yourself as abundant, hold it as if it's a flavor, as if it's a feeling, as if it is a weather, a temperature, whatever that is. Is there clothing that you feel abundant in, or rich in some way? Is there something that makes you feel good? When you do this, you change the energy. You instantly begin to manifest to you the experience of abundance. And it's been challenging because you're also a part of a collective change that is challenging lack mentality because we are reworking a system. Remember, this isn't just us individually. We're part of a collective. Our environment as a whole is changing. Our environment as a world is changing. So how we act as a country, how we act as a state, how we act as an individual is all becoming connected. We are learning that more and more. So how you change it is, again, being in that awareness of the nervous system recalibrating to be able to own what it is that you want to live and be your best at it. And so this is for each of you, the connection to abundance is instantaneous if you allow it. And if we allow ourselves to get out of our own way, we then can see these new potentials forming, these new opportunities arising that come to us for choice. And yes, it can feel sometimes spoken easier, easier said than done, as they say. But when you do this and you live this, no matter what challenge you're facing at the time, it's the trust fall. It's the knowing that you will always receive exactly what you need in that moment, in that time. And know that that expansion and contraction that you feel in your chest, in your body, in your mind, is all a part of not only your individual expression, but the collective as a whole, because we are one. And that is the whole soul behind the show, Connected Living. So with that, it is time to begin to wrap up the show. Um, to, that bittersweet moment where it's my final sign off after 5 years. Wow. It's so cool to see, to reflect back and to see personally as a host where I've come to in my own life, that practice what you preach moment. But two, to know that, when I step off this, there is someone else that has the ability to come onto the platform in a whole new way, creating a whole new energy. And there are beautiful hosts throughout the show, so or throughout the station. And it is really fun to see how it's grown in the 5 years that I've been a part of it. Such a gift and an honor to be with each of you. I've seen multiple different call-ins and questions over the years that I've seen the growth in the potentials that each of you are. And it has just been such a fun ride, such a fun ride. So you can continue to connect to me on my website, brendadavismats.com. And also the coupon codes. I'm still going to leave up for a while longer. And if you want to connect to me privately, you can still do that through using coupon code NFTS at checkout for $50 off that 30-minute session. Or you can also use coupon code question at checkout to receive $5 off that $25 one question session. And with everything going on in the world, please remember, you are exactly where you need to be. We are all exactly where we need to be. And there are some uncomfortable patterns that many are experiencing, whether it is in terms of war, of lack in some extreme way. Uh, but we can change that just by unifying our intention to create a better space. So thank you very much for being a part of the growth that I've seen during my time here on News for the Soul. And I am not gone for good. I am just stepping away to tend to my life as it is and watching it thrive and grow in directions that I never thought possible. And I'm super excited to see where we all reconnect down the road. So, again, thank you so much for being here and trusting me through the information all of these years. And I look forward to connecting again soon and in other platforms possibly. So you can stay connected with the replays by going to your favorite replay places such as Spotify and SoundCloud. And I look forward to connecting with you all again soon in some way, sometime, someplace. Much love and bye for now.
So we all should rush to hear the good news. But we cannot find the good news. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come here, good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. Yeah, I should rush to hear the good news. But we cannot find the good news. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. NFTS, NFTS. News for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come here, good news. Share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news.
Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
And next up, it's Harmony Healing with Geraldine, or Jerry, or Jer, or J.
Just call me Jerry.
Welcome back, Geraldine.
Oh,
Jerry.
good to be here. Hello, how are you, Nicole?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Right.
So,
well, anyway,
let's
yeah.
get you to reintroduce your show and
Yes,
what's up for
yeah,
today.
absolutely. Well, a very warm welcome to everyone listening to today's show. And I'm so happy to be joined today by Tony Beckingham, who also was a guest on the show last year. I think it might have been May. I can't quite remember, Tony. So you're here now, aren't you?
I am indeed,
Oh,
yes.
you are. There you go.
St. George's Day.
St. George's Day. That's what is the theme of this, kind of. So it's all about dragons, the elemental kingdom, and there'll be a visualization set at Tintagel towards the end of the show. So we'll see how it all goes. No doubt there'll be all sorts of other bits and bobs as we go along as well. So yes, welcome, Tony. So glad you're here with me today. There's so much to say about you, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
Here we go. Because you're a shaman, a poet, an artist, a photographer, beekeeper, amongst all sorts of other things, no doubt. But you started out life as an engineer, did you? Was that, am I correct? Or some sort of
No,
engineer,
that's right.
wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Designing buildings.
Oh, buildings. Right. Okay. Very important work. Is there anything else you'd like to tell listeners about yourself, or what really motivates you, perhaps, and brings you joy?
Curiosity.
Yeah.
curiosity.
You could sum it up nicely that way, I guess.
The original jack of all trades, master of nothing, maybe, but yes, just
Interesting.
life is just interesting. There's so many different aspects. I just enjoy chasing down rabbit holes and seeing where they go.
Yeah, wonderful, isn't it? Life is wonderful. Anyway, today, amongst a lot of other things, as I said, we'll be chatting about the elemental kingdom, because it was you, Tony, who reminded me about it being St. George's Day today. Or perhaps we could say St. George and the Dragon Day. And dragons are members of the elemental kingdom, of course. And if anyone listened to my show last month, elementals were brought into my visualization when I took us on a journey inside the human body after shrinking us down and down and down and down. And we were a witness to the magical healing work that elementals do within our blood and our organs. Do listen to that again on my archive if you're at all intrigued. But today is all about dragons. Dragons and probably Merlin, I think. Now, I'm guessing that, well, perhaps we'll hand that over now to Tony, actually, because I think you've got quite a bit of stuff that you would like to share with us, some poems and all sorts of things.
Yes,
and ideas.
I thought I'd start with some of the really mundane stuff about St. George himself, because he's a really odd character to have been adopted as a patron saint. The flag, the red cross on the white background, is Italian.
Right.
It's the emblem of the old city-state of Genoa, which somewhere in the 12th or the 13th century, Genoa was a magnificent big trading place, ships all over the world, and for some reason the English started nicking the flag. So the flag is Genoese.
I see.
The name George is Greek.
Right.
So we've got an Italian flag, and we've got an Italian flag with a Greek name, and who exactly the man was is multifarious, but the commonest is he was some sort of Roman soldier somewhere out in Syria or wherever, coming back from the Crusades, and who was crucified for being a Christian.
Yeah, that's the story.
The Roman soldier does not make him Italian. Most of the Roman army was anything but Italian. The Roman legions were from everywhere.
True, yeah.
And yet he ends up as an English patron saint. What was wrong with Alfred?
I don't know.
Arthur. I mean, Alfred's the only king. So it's all a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
Which is why a few years ago I took liberties with the story on the basis that everybody else had taken liberties with the story for the last 1,000 years. So why shouldn't I? So I have written the true story of George and Mildred, and Mildred Mildred is the dragon.
Ah, right.
The only problem is she's a gay dragon and she's vegetarian.
Oh dear.
They all end up and I've just twisted the whole thing and
made
vaguely set it in northern Turkey. But it's really, dragons are really strange things. They crop up everywhere. Except in China. I think we have to put the Chinese dragons to one side.
They're quite different, are they?
They seem to be pretty different from anything else, certainly in European terms. But the Chinese dragons are a balancing act. They invariably come in pairs.
I see.
Traditionally, the emperor's role was not to rule the empire as such. The emperor's role was to ensure harmony between the realm of the gods, the celestial realms and all of that, and the physical world.
That
and the The dragons were a measure of the balance to remind him to keep it in
I
balance. So that's the
see.
Chinese dragons.
Well, that's much better,
Very,
isn't
very different.
it? Yeah.
Now, European dragons, on the other hand, have always come in four sorts, as I understand it. So we've got what's the first one? Oh, Grindal, the Tale of Beowulf.
Oh, right. Yes.
Right back in the whatever it was, the 9th centuries. Um, Grindal was an earth dragon, right? They live in the
Yeah.
earth, in caves, underground.
Right.
They hoard physical things,
Yeah.
jewels, gold, and that was their be all and end all. Was this hoarding of stuff?
I
Very
see.
earthy, very physical.
Yeah.
But there were dragons of the air. I think they were called drakes, but I can't quite remember. They all had four different names. But there were dragons of the air, there were dragons of the sea, and there were dragons of fire. And they are sort of the most explosive, archetype of the element. They are
Oh, I see. They
the
really sum it up for
you mess with me and I'll blow
yeah.
up either with fire or air or earth or water or whatever. And
Yeah.
I've got a poem here in a minute about a water dragon. They were the yeah
Powerful.
they were the element on the point of eruption.
Ah, interesting way of putting it.
All of them
Mm.
somehow.
Yeah.
Whether they were erupting because they were naturally that way inclined, or whether they were erupting because humans had done something naughty or wrong or whatever, it gets mixed between the stories. But they are the vengeful end of the
Ah,
elementals for each of the elements that we're coming from.
yes. Ah, not at all peaceful then. Quite disruptive energy.
No. Well, yeah. Well, the whole
But
game was to
for
keep them
for a
peaceful,
purpose.
not to piss them off and get this vengeful thing
Yeah.
coming out. So plagues and things were often attributed to that sort of end of the element.
Mm.
So let me just give you one relatively. This is about a water dragon, which in sort of Old English times would have been known as worm, WYRM, not WORM, WYRM, worm. And
Worm.
these were
Right.
these were the swimming dragons in the sea.
You can
And
imagine it sort of whirling around.
yeah,
Yeah.
so this particular worm is called Stoor, Stoor. And I don't know. There, we're on a Viking raiding ship coming across the North Sea. That's as good a scenario as any for this.
Right.
And somebody wakes Stoor up. So this
Oh,
is Song of Stoor. Stoor, worm of the sea, awakes. Hidden deep, he lashes his tail, and waves crash against the ship, reminding the crew of their puniness. Fear rises. Man can train the earth, man thrives on airy ideas, but water and fire are not controlled by airy logic. Water and fire remind how things were before mind. The world created from the clash of fire and frost, primordial forces of creation. The white-crested foam frees childhood ghosts, attacks memories, flings feelings. Stoor sings, and the rigging whines. Stoor laughs, and the sails split. Stoor sneezes, and white froth stings across the deck. Stoor flips his tail, and monumental waves submerge the egoic figurehead. soaking all aboard. Men scream, doubt not who is king in this domain. What next? You have a choice. Stand respectful and engage with this elemental, this ancient one. Steer a course in sympathy with the ocean. Watch the curling waves approach the stern. Face your past, your history, with acceptance and a firm intent to strive forward to your future. Or seek the depths and jump. Abandon ship, abandon choice. Reject freedom and submerge yourself in subjugation. Embrace nothingness and listen to the mumblings of this ancient, angry one. Dawn breaks in the east. The wind stills. The waves quieten. A rainbow shimmers to the south, promise of a quieter time. The crew relax and raise a cheer. They will see the sun again and feel the balmy breezes on their skin as Stua sleeps again. But those who jumped are gone, never to feel this morning, as they lie forgotten, feeding the sharks below.
Wow, that is absolutely perfect for these times at the moment, isn't it?
That's the sort of flavour of a water dragon.
Yes, but how you've put it together is very symbolic of what we're going through at the moment, I think, on the planet. Is that a recently done poem by you?
No.
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 Well,
But
you would think it is.
It never see, you know, I excuse me, I pick up stuff that I wrote 10, 15, 20 years ago, which had a particular sense then, and you pick them up now and you go, it's still there. Different circumstances, maybe, but these things all just keep going round.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Going round.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how life is, I fear, you know.
Yes, but it does seem to be more of the crunch time coming, I feel. But I guess every generation feels that. I don't know, to some extent. I don't know.
Well, it's a change of cycles.
Yeah.
Change of cycles. And from my perspective, the challenge is always this: the question is always the same. This is what's happening. What are we going to do about it? Sitting back and saying, "Oh, this is terrible. This shouldn't be happening," is true, but it doesn't.
Yes,
doesn't get anybody anywhere.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't get anybody anywhere. You know,
no.
Sitting back and blaming something that went wrong years ago is understandable, but the question is. A therapist friend of mine always used to seem to say it every time we had a discussion. So what are you going to do next?
See what drops in your head. Yeah.
Just drops it in.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't know about it. There was something else you wanted to read out, was there, or do you want to bring that in later?
We can bring it in. We can bring it in later. There's another couple of here that might. Well, let's take it. I'll take it general, and then we'll go back to having a chat about it.
Yeah. Okay.
This one sort of takes in the idea of all of the elements. It's called "Everything is Born in Darkness." You can travel to the upper world to meet the spirits of air for wisdom. You can travel to the lower world to meet the spirits of water for knowledge. But you have to face the spirits of fire to find the passion, the desire to make something manifest. And finally, bring your work to the dragons of earth, the ancient gnarled ones, before it may manifest in this world. 4 elements, 4 directions. In order to create you have to abandon and may be abandoned. For everything is born in darkness. The seed, the egg, the womb. The light sustains, but only darkness creates.
Perfect. Yes, absolutely. That's where it starts.
And that's where you go back to what we were just saying. That's sort of where we're sitting now.
It's interesting because I've just started a Bible study course with somebody called Mark Atwood. Well, he's not actually the one doing it, but so we're doing it sort of verse by verse almost. It's going to take the whole year weekly. And he's into very much esoteric stuff. And so the chap, Michael Leary, I think his name is, he channels Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh gosh, that's hard. Oh,
can you imagine?
How does he find somebody easy to deal with? Oh.
But anyway, it's fascinating because obviously, basically, everything starts and ends with Genesis. So anyway, we're still going through Genesis at the moment, but it is very fascinating. Anyway, that's
the idea of channeling Leonardo is most uncomfortable. Brilliant man, but
it would send you crazy, wouldn't it?
Send you crazy. Send everybody around him crazy when he was alive. Yes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, he in the life when he was working with Leonardo as his assistant, which is why Leonardo's come through to him now.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Anyway, although I personally haven't seen dragons or fairies or gnomes, much as I would really love to, or any other beings from the elemental kingdom, it's
I'll send you an address.
Yes, please do. It's very easy now to capture them, or so they say. I mean, I'm always seeing funny things on photos when photographing using your phone, and different orbs show up. So anyway, I find that really fascinating, and I'm often out there looking at the sun, moon, plants, seeing orbs in nature and in rooms and etc. But once you notice them, it does become quite an addictive thing to do. And photographers will try and say it's camera glare, which obviously may well be the case sometimes, but I don't know. You can see all the different colours and shapes, and you can some people can sort of attribute different archangels or ascended masters, or just souls departing the world, going on their way. But going back to dragons, well, now we've talked about that, so I've, sorry, you have already talked about this. I was going to go and talk about the different elementals that we have in the elemental kingdom, but I think, again, you've mentioned quite a lot of that. Angels and unicorns, of course, are of the air element. This is just for people for whom just thinking or talking about the elemental kingdom might be a bit strange and they've never really heard about it before. But elementals do have 4 elements, as you've been saying, as humans do. And so they can have earth, air, fire or water, or any combination of 2 or 3 of them. So, for example, as I said, angels and unicorns are of the air element. Fairs, sylphs, and Isaks are air elements. Now, Isaks, I think, are relatively new, coming from another universe to help purify our planet for the new age that we're entering. Goblins, gnomes, and elves are earth elementals. Mermaids, undines, which are water nymphs and Kyles, like the Isaks, are relatively new to our planet to help with purifying the earth and are all water elementals. And salamanders are fire elementals. Imps, pixies, fauns, and many others are more than one element. So all of these elementals are of the angelic kingdom, but have their own unique roles and frequencies. It's all about frequencies, isn't it, in the world of energy? Now, dragons, angels, unicorns, and nature spirits do not have free will like we do. So they're under orders, so to speak, as they serve God, or if you prefer to say source, to help people, animals, and the natural world. And I think they've been working overtime on this the past few years. And I found a lot of this information which resonated with me in Diana Cooper's book, Dragons. So, air dragons, how do they help? Well, they're ready to clear the etheric cobwebs from your home or your mind and to create a higher vortex of energy around you. They can breathe fire like the dragon that was slayed by St. George. And fire dragons are very powerful, as you've just said. If you ask them, they can build an etheric wall of fire around you, your home or a loved one for protection, and to clear energies around you. Earth dragons maintain ley lines and clear negative energies under the surface of Earth. They can breathe fire. Again, they are much at work on Earth at the moment, helping to clear out tunnels under the surface where nefarious activities have been taking place. Gaia's also been responding, hasn't she, from her heart center, bringing forward earthquakes, volcanoes, and helping to release and destroy negative energies and clearing the air. Now, water dragons are smooth like snakes and carry the love of the universe wherever they go. Of course, water is in the atmosphere and in the cells of our bodies, so everywhere, not just in lakes, rivers, and oceans. They are great, open-hearted creatures who move fluidly, spreading Christ's light throughout the universe. And of course, they can't breathe fire. Dragons have featured, haven't they, in so many myths, stories, and ancient history, so that they seem really quite familiar to us. And in a sense, we know them as they're encoded into our memory banks. They're returning in greater numbers at the moment to help Earth and everything that lives on it as we move into a new age. It's interesting that this idea, I don't know if you noticed this, Tony, is being introduced into our consciousness in the UK. A major railway company, I think it's GWR, has introduced a dragon in its advert. A similar thing happened recently with unicorns, and suddenly shops were flooded with unicorns.
I blame Disney. You can blame Disney for that one.
Well, yeah, we can blame Disney for
definitely
loads
Disney.
of things. Very nefarious things, yes, indeed. Anyway, there's so much more to find out about dragons. As I said, if you're interested, in many books really, but Diana Cooper is quite a good one to look at. But overall, I think it all brings us back to the theme of energy, sensing the energies around us and all the different frequencies and how to maintain your energy whilst chaos is all around us, and will undoubtedly increase, I think, from what most people seem to feel. I don't know, unless, it's being planted in our brains, over the next 3-5 years before a new energy of harmony can be established, created, or manifested by more and more people. I think animals are already in touch with the new frequencies and becoming quite sensitive and responsive to what's around them. Certainly my dog seems to be very sensitive at the moment. What do you think, Tony? I know you've got a cat, and their senses are incredible, aren't they? They can see so much around us.
It's uh, we'll leave the cat for a moment because
Yeah.
we're having a small domestic between the two of us.
Oh, right.
It's spring. It's spring. There are
Oh,
so
yes.
many babies out there.
Oh,
She's collecting as many of them as she can.
oh no, that's sad.
Oh yes. Oh
Oh
yeah.
dear.
I'm
I've been lucky
I'm
with our
getting
cat. Oh dear.
two or three food offerings a day at the moment. So we're
Uh, well, you've got quite a piece of land, haven't you? So I
yes,
suppose,
yes. She's
yeah,
got all this woodland and all this hillside and yeah, it's
yeah.
I think it's just spring and but at the moment
Mm.
she's killer
Right.
queen as the song would have put it.
Yeah, I see. Well, we'll leave that one then.
So we'll leave
We'll
her
leave that one.
her alone. We'll leave her alone.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, dragons have been in stories for simply ever. You know,
Absolutely. Yeah, they have indeed.
they represent some feeling we have for the raw power of the element somehow.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah.
And
Um, and helps
in
in that way
certain.
take you away from your mind, perhaps get back into those more primitive
Yes, I mean
passions.
you know the oldest one I think I know is the story about Merlin and the dragons. Because Merlin was a
Oh,
wee babby,
I've
and
forgotten that one.
some king or other, can't remember his name, might have been Vortigern, but some one of the early king lot was
Yeah.
trying to build a castle, and the wall kept falling down. They went round, they built the wall, and as soon as they got to the top of the wall fell down. And so the wizards and the seers and the wise men came and said that it's cursed, it's cursed. We need the blood of an innocent to cleanse
Ah,
it.
I see.
So they toddled down into the village and they found the latest newborn um, small child. I'm not sure it was only, but they wanted a small, this had to
Yeah.
be clean and unsinned and
Innocent.
innocence they
Innocent.
wanted. So they brought
Yeah.
this small boy up and they were going to slit his throat, pour the blood in and do it. And Merlin made his prophecies at the age of whatever it was. And they were so astounded and he, instead of telling them to slit somebody's throat, he told them to dig deeper because there were two dragons down there.
Oh,
And so they dug down and they released the two dragons which were locked up and
yeah.
set them free. And in setting the dragons free, then they could build the wall of the castle. That was the first of the Merlin prophecies.
Mm,
And then he gets dragged into the Arthurian tales as well.
yeah. That's
But
very interesting.
there's a in some sense or other, there is often a sense of the dragons bringing freedom, unlocking things, releasing things.
Absolutely. Yes, that's true. Yes. Um, did you
They
ever
might be
watch?
wild and difficult and
Yeah.
scary, but somehow there's a sense of them releasing things, and by
Yes.
releasing, producing freedom. Oh,
Yeah.
hello. Oh, sorry,
Oh,
the
is
cat's
this
just
your cat?
arrived. She's
Ah,
just
very
arrived.
good. She can
So
join in.
you're not going out to kill anything else tonight. No. Oh, I'm getting the look, but never mind.
Yes. They don't like being ignored though, do they?
No, 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 no.
Mm.
So on the basis of this Merlin story, I've got a third bit of writing for you,
Oh, excellent.
which I have called "How Long Must the Dragons Fight?" How long must the dragons fight? The red and the white, who twist and turn beneath the silver mirror of reason. Uther the red rose and flew, and fell to the white of Igraine. Arthur rose with the white, and fell to the red of Mordred. When Merlin drained that cesspool beneath the peak, then were the dragons revealed, and once acknowledged, they flew free. and the castle stood unchallenged for another 1,000 years. Constrained beneath the murky waters, hidden, they had whirled and thrashed and fought, condemning all around to feel their pain, their fire, their ice. With freedom came flight. With freedom came respect and peace. With freedom came creativity. As long as they fight unseen beneath us, our castles will continue to fall. The days of frost and fire will remain. As long as we fight to deny the conflict beneath the pool, as long as we try to appease the ancient shadows, they will prevail, controlling us, condemning all. Only by draining our pool and setting both free can we reclaim our history and, like them, fly up to our destiny. Only by standing back on that last day of history, that darkest of dawns, when Mordred's host of bitter, malevolent, ancient magic at the gate, the white deer slain, his blood smeared, the red dragon back to consume the white. At that brink of dawn, Merlin stood back, relinquished control, allowed Camelot to fall. So long as we are tied to our history of frost or fire, then we reap the harvest of our choice. But to reach the limit of the worlds and grasp the future and make it our own requires us to relinquish control and let our dragons fly. We have to stand on the boggy edge of the cesspit, smelling the stench of ancient wrongs and conflicts, feeling the silver shards of ice from hurts of long ago, watching the steamy mist of fire on ice, the dancing illusions as the cold steam twists and turns, as the fire melts the ice, as the ice quells the fire. And then the gentle rivulets of water create the nascent pool of birth. From this new water, we can watch the clouds reflected. We can see the first new forms emerge. We can create what we will, for we have paid the price of letting go.
Wow, another amazing poem. Thank you, Tony. That's brilliant. So relinquish control to bring, well, creation forwards, especially freedoms. Wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. And again, so resonant with what's going on at the moment, I believe. And going back to that topic of energy, which at the moment is just plain crazy. I know everyone, well, mostly everyone, it seems to be feeling it. Now, especially this week, because you did send a message, didn't you, about the new moon being quite important this week. I can't quite remember what you said now. It's amazing sight at the moment in our skies, though.
Yeah, I mean, when was it new moon on?
A few days ago now, wasn't it? Was it Monday?
Friday,
Sunday,
Saturday,
Monday, something. Yeah, around then.
At the weekend.
Yeah.
But yes, and as far as the astronomy side of it's concerned, the sun was clearly next to the moon, because that's why we have a new moon, because they're next to each other, so the sun can't shine on it as we see it. But I think 6 other planets were all there. They were having a planetary huddle.
Yes, they were. I have found out a bit of information about that, just a little bit.
Big stellium of about 8 planets.
Yeah.
With Jupiter standing off to the side.
And yes, let's have a little look then. So the huge energy shift this week follows on from Mercury, Mars and Saturn, which was their triple conjunction on the 20th, which would be 3 days ago now. Uranus entered Gemini. No, sorry, it's going to enter Gemini on the 25th, which is Saturday, and Venus on the 26th.
Yeah, but at the moment they're all in Aries.
Yeah, that's true, and they're all in Aries. Uranus focuses attention on money and security issues, and Gemini is bringing in better communication, hopefully, and technology, which seems to be creating an energy shift so that our thoughts, hopes, and words manifest commitment and ideas become definite plans to push us in moving forwards now. Because it feels as if hopefully the shadow work has been done by quite a few people over the past few years. We've all been pushed into looking at either issues this lifetime or even going back further lifetimes, ancestral stuff. So it's hopefully been looked at enough to be released, and don't look back at it anymore so that we can start co-creating the new age. So I don't know about anybody else, but the energies have been all over the place. I've had a mixture of fatigue, restlessness, excitement, and all sorts of other things. How have you been this week, Tony? You been okay? The usual?
No, I'm fighting listlessness quite regularly this last few weeks.
Yeah.
Gets to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm ready to have a snooze and going, oh, I've no energy again.
Yeah. You just have to give into it, really, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
It is frustrating, yeah, especially this time of year when there's spring is here.
Yes.
Garden's going mad. To help with the vagus nerve and keeping the nervous system calmer, I gave out some helpful hints the past couple of months. And again, you can find those in my archive on the radio. I suggested humming as it helps to connect with all our upper chakras and helps focus you in a calming way. In a sense, this is where we can bring in perhaps your beekeeping, Tony. Bees are very special, aren't they? I think buzzing and humming, the bees kind of do that sort of thing, don't they?
Quite a lot of it, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like that sound is a bit reminiscent of the building block of our planet, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah,
I heard that somewhere.
Until you disturb them. and
Yes.
The buzzing goes from zzz to zzz, and you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, watch out.
Yes.
Yeah. How many hives are you? How many
Depends
hives are you?
which buzz you're hearing as to what the reaction to it is.
Ah, right. Watch out. Yes. Well, along with that, with humming, I gave some suggestions for different breath work as well, routines. And this week I discovered a new method which shows us the power of breath to center you and also helps with creating a meditative state. And of course, it's all about managing, guess what? Your energy and how it affects the energy all around you. So this method, just if anybody's interested, goes like this, and it's about controlling the speed of your breath, not how deeply you breathe. So just relax, loosen any tension around your shoulders, back, tummy area. And we begin by taking in breath for 13 seconds. Remember, it's not about deep breaths. And then we release for 13 seconds. And we then do that like for 8, 5, 3, 2, 1. And we'll have a go at doing that 3 times and just see how that makes you feel. So if you're all ready, anybody listening, we'll just start breathing in now for 13 seconds. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Out for 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. In for 8 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 3. 1, 2, 3. Out. 1, 2, 3. In 1, 2. Out. 1, 2. In 1. Out. 1. Now, I don't know if that's too boring to do that for 3 times because you've got the gist of it there. What is interesting...
13 seconds is a long time.
It is a long time, which is why...
The rest of them were fine, but that 13, that was hard work.
This is why you shouldn't take it in deeply, you see. Otherwise, you'll conk yourself out. But apparently, this creates the phi ratio vortex, or caduceus, and instantly centers you. It's called the vortex breath and follows the Fibonacci sequence of 1.618, and called the golden ratio, which shapes DNA, helixes, hurricanes, and the structure of galaxies. So that's all quite awesome, really. Now, I find all this doesn't come naturally to me because I was never any good at all with maths, but somehow instinctively you know it to be true and that it makes sense. I'm sure, Tony, you would know all this with your background. And so does my husband, who used to teach maths. But I do find the whole concept very exciting. That fabric and mechanism of creation, and that we're all part of it. Also, breathing in this ratio creates a self-induced flow state, apparently, which synchronizes your brain's hemispheres, balances the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of the nervous system, and narrows your vision. Well, at any rate, it's probably worth a go. On a different subject now, before we do the visualization. Oh no, gosh, we nearly run out of time. We'll go straight to the visualization. Nicole? Hello, Nicole? Nicole? No, she's gone.
Coffee break.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to do a promotion thing. We'll just do the visualization now. Otherwise, we won't have time. Is that okay? Right, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Right, yes, so we'll skip all that. So let's get on to Merlin, Magic, and Tintagel. That's where we're going to be going. So everyone who's still listening, we're going to start this visualization now to bring in a bit of magical energy and also some grounding of this energy to help us understand our true nature as creators, as we all help now to co-create a new way forward. So also I'll mention what popped into my head recently, which kept coming in, was allow change to change you. So I'll repeat that at the end. So in other words, no more pondering over past issues and karmic patterns. Let them float away now. They've served their purpose. Let go of fear and grasp the excitement in the air's energy. These are truly amazing times to live through. Okay, so just relax again, making yourselves comfortable, loosening any tension again around your neck and shoulders, and especially your face, now your tummy and back. Take your focus down to the soles of your feet and visualize your energy moving below, about 1/2 meter below the ground. Okay, so you may see your Earth Star chakra gleaming platinum or black or white, black and white or silver, or whichever color comes into your head. Feel within you how you're securely attached to Mother Earth, and feel that sense of deep rootedness coming over you. So now that you're relaxed and grounded, we'll begin. We'll take 3 lovely deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. Doing this, yes, I said 3 times. As we do this, imagine you're taking in and filling every cell of your body with the powerful energy of the pure white light. You may also see gold coming in with your breath and the sense of Christ consciousness, pure universal love. So lovely deep breath in and out and in and out and in and out. So as you enter this deep state, you begin to look around you and you notice how unusual is the scenery. You're standing on top of a cliff, looking down at a swirling sea. There are deep caves at either side of the beach, and above you, you can see ancient remains. This is Tintagel. As we say the name Tintagel, an air of mystery immediately overwhelms you, and you pause for a few moments, absorbing the many sensations enveloping you. This air of magic, home of ascended Master Merlin, is palpable. It's beating in the air around you and within you. The sea air freshens and awakens your senses even more, and you're joined now by an air dragon. Visualize the shape of this air dragon. He or she is yours to summon whenever you have need to clear the cobwebs, as this place is doing for you now. Take a look at your air dragon. What colour is he or she? How close to you? What is he saying to you? What is it that you would like him to say to you? Take a few moments here to discover his wisdom to what you're wanting help with, or perhaps confirmation with. Just see what comes into you now. That beautiful air dragon. Looking down from the cliff top, you can see that there are some very steep and difficult steps to lead you down before you're able to go up over the other side of the cliff to the ancient ruins of King Arthur's castle. You and your air dragon are now being joined by a water dragon as you near the bottom of the steps. This beautiful water dragon has emerged from the cave at the sea edge and is acknowledging you and your presence here at this sacred place. He or she comes nearer. Look at his wonderful features. Feel his or her goodness and how he or she can help you. What does he or she look like? What colour? What is she saying to you? How does it make you feel? Is there anything you would like to ask your water dragon? Can you hear what his name is? What does he answer to your question? Let's pause here a while as you absorb your water dragon's energy. Just feel that water dragon's energy flowing through you now, just as it's joining your bloodstream. How wonderful is that? Together now with both your air and water dragons by your side, you take the difficult climb back to the other side of the cliff where the ancient ruins lie. It's a tough climb up, but the fresh sea salty air feeds your energy, and you stop and take a drink of water, and you're remembering as you do so to bless the water that you drink. Here we are now at the top of the steep cliff and entering the ruins through a narrow archway. Here are the remains of the fortified entrance, and you go over to an arched window where soldiers would have looked out from as they defended the palace. Feel the strength in these huge stones and the sense of protection that they gave and still do give. Of course, now we find ourselves drawn to another dragon. This now is your earth dragon, here to protect and give support. Look at him or her closely. What is she saying to you with his eyes? Can you feel both his gentleness and his strength? What another amazing, beautiful dragon for you to be able to call upon whenever you need his quiet, practical, calm strength and encouragement. Is there anything you need to ask him? Is there any direction you need advice about? Or do you just prefer to stay in this precious moment, instilling within you all the power that he's bringing to you? So let's pause here a while, just to take the full benefit of that quiet, calm strength and encouragement. Moving forwards now, we begin to explore the remains of King Arthur's site, and the intensity of Merlin's precious presence now washes over you. Opening your eyes, you can feel this place to be full of magic and mystery and rituals and calling up of the power of the sea and the sky and source itself. It's overwhelming, making you feel dizzy with the headiness of all the powerful magic that's been created in this out-of-the-world place. You sit down on a fallen wall to absorb this mystical experience and see what is conjured up in your mind's eye. What visions and scenes are passing through you? What energies can you feel? How is it making your physical body feel? Is it uplifting you, making you more aware of your own magical powers and gifts, which you can use in this, your precious lifetime on earth? Pause for a few moments to see more clearly than ever now what it is that you would like to create. What thoughts have been stirring within you recently which excite you and you know would be good for others as well as giving you great happiness? Any doubts are now blown away as you are joined by your fire dragon, who starts to clear these doubts with huge bellows of fire, extinguishing all that has kept you back from fulfilling your dreams. Take a look at your fire dragon so that you recognize him or her and see what name comes to mind so that you can call him or her forth at any time when your mind and feelings are clouded with mistiness and doubts. Merlin acknowledges your presence and now says how happy he is that you've been able to take advantage of all the mystery and all the magic that is imbued in this sacred ruin where great things once were done. This will carry you forwards to achieve your own dreams, as they are for the greater good of all and full of pure love and Christ consciousness. Merlin now taps you on the head with his magnificent wand, instantly ensuring that all that you have learnt and seen and discovered will be kept within you. You say grateful thanks to all your dragons and to Merlin, and knowing this, you now gradually come back to where you're presently sitting and gently open your eyes. So I hope you enjoyed this visualization today, taking us to Merlin's magical abode in Tintagel, and I've enjoyed meeting your dragons. If it was a bit difficult to concentrate today, you can always listen to the show again on my archive. So I'll just end with a key phrase that I wanted to say. Allow change to change you. And sending love and light to all our listeners. And thank you for listening. And a really special big thank you to Tony for those wonderful poems and everything you've contributed to today's show.
Let's be here.
It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, Nicole. Hello, Nicole. Well, I think that is the end of the show. So hopefully Nicole is okay and not fallen asleep. Nicole? No, dear. Hello? I don't know what's going on. But I guess we can sign off anyway. Strange what's happening though. Yeah. Don't know. Well, Tony, I think we should just sign off. I don't know.
I think we should.
Yeah, so don't worry about it.
Nope.
Okay.
Not quite sure what's going on, but it's...
No.
Okay.
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 All right. Speak to you soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Speak soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Leave meeting.
Pum, 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 pum. I can't find it.
Supposedly need ID. No, Eddie, shush. Eddie, stop. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Eddie, zip it, okay? That's very... Mommy needs to think right now. Shush. Shh. That's why it wasn't working. What does that mean? Is that the native stuff? They found it. I don't think so. Yeah, we'll use yours to begin with. Why am I getting these? See, he asked, I said no. She asked. How nice it is. I was trying to hold strong on that one too. Oh, you're not even there yet. Up there. start on a schedule. Let's get it ready, just in case. Let's check the time. Actually, no, go back in there. That means I still have more, right? All this time, I had no idea. So I still have 461. Alright, let's see if we can change the payment. Wait. That's really sure. That's not what I ordered. It doesn't matter. What I need to know is how to adjust payments on this thing. Right, what if you put an order in? I don't see any deals here. I don't think. That can't be the same thing. Okay, so remember it's schedule. that's fine. Alright, so where is it? Let's go. I gave you that thing. Also, yeah, let me think. Oh, I think so. That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
That was me, and none of it is what it looked like. I was a kid on Jerry Springer, and we were coached, we were used, and the truth was never told. You may think about Hollywood Demons on the Investigation Discovery Channel, but that is still only part of the story. I wrote this book because I'm done letting other people speak for me and tell my story.
Okay, what do I got here?
It exposes the exploitation, the adults and authorities who failed me, and how it's followed me through today, over 30 years later. If you think you know what happened, don't.
Okay, so we'll go with that. Okay, where the hell is this? Oh, goodness. that's good. What the hell was that? Plastic, eh? Last day. No idea. Shit, what was I doing? Ugh. Okay, let's just get this shit out of the way. There's no way that I didn't put it. Let's see. Oh. I guess there's a way. First of all, oh my god. Alright, let's get Geraldine. And him. Change to 4. And Dojo. Oops. Okay, Dojo at 6, L at 4, Glenn at 3. Which it almost is Glenn. Hurry up. Okay, that was weird. Damn it. Oh, let's do it this way. Yeah, that works for me. Save. Let's hang on.
We all love to hear the good news, so we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NSTN, NSTN, news for the soul at the very best. NSTN, NSTN, news for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Come hear the good news, share the good news. And we all feeling good for the good news. Find the good news. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow.
Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
And we're here to do my favorite thing, introduce you to a new member of the radio show, News for the Soul radio show, not just any radio show. News for the Soul radio show family. And the show itself is called The Aligned Path. And Glenn is who we're going to be talking to, starting with our famous first question and then unpeeling the onion from there. You can cheat and read ahead to the bios and stuff. It's all linked up at newsforthesoul.com. But let's go Glenn on and get things started. Glenn, welcome to News for the Soul.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
Wonderful to speak with you today. We're going to start with our famous first question, just because it's the place that kind of brings us all together here, 30 years in, just about. The honest quest for what's really real, what's really possible. And the only way we can really speak to that is having had a direct experience with something, maybe outside the 3D norm that we've been, told about. I've had a lot. My earliest one was entering the womb, so, I could fill up shows of them. But I like to check in with everybody new and compare notes. So what would be your earliest recollection of something outside the 3D norm? And then we like to get into doozies later if there are any. So earliest memory of something outside the 3D norm.
Yeah, for sure. So basically, since a child, I've always felt, I guess, different. I've always known there was more than what you can physically see. I've just felt it in my core. And I've
Mm.
always had a strong relationship with what I would refer to as higher self or inner being. And I've always led with that. But in terms of an experience that kind of like really shifted me, the first one that like really made all the difference in the world would be, I'm thinking it's probably like 8 or so years ago now, where I actually had a dream, but it was an experience. It was the most prolific experience I've ever had in my life, the most clear, vivid thing that I will never forget, not one detail, not one moment, where I basically I came into union with my higher self. And I go into details in my podcast, The Aligned Path. We also have one of those. And it was just one of those things that just was so beautiful, so clear. I have no words to describe it other than feelings. I try my best to do that, but it was just this most raw, honest love and compassion that you just can't put words to. And it just changed my life completely from that moment onwards. I just could not ever again go back to a 3D way of thinking when I knew without a shadow of a doubt that there was so much more and it was openly available to every single one of us.
Wow. Okay, we need details for sure. It's a whole hour show, lots of time. Something that juicy is not going to go skipping by us. So, what brought
Yeah,
it on, do you think? What initiated, like, what was going on just before that went down?
that's a fantastic question. So, probably I'm just trying to remember timelines, but there's been a couple of things, but just to give you like a generalization around where I was before that, was I was on a healing journey. I'd gone through quite a lot of trauma from my past and had trouble letting go of events that had happened to me, had an issue with forgiveness, was holding on to things, and it wasn't serving me. It really wasn't. And there were a series of moments from receiving, again, in a dreamlike state, but you know you're awake. You know when you wake up and you know it's real for sure, and you don't even know if you slept, but something prolific happened. And my grandfather had just passed and come through, and basically was explaining why things happened the way they happened. And it was a series of letting go. You know, I wanted to forgive, and that's the first little nook or little crack in the door for that particular period of my life, which was quite significant. And it just evolved. It just kept going and going and going. And it was a journey of forgiveness. And right up to when I had that prolific union with higher self, call it God, source, whatever name works for you. I had done more and more to do with forgiving, opening up the heart space, etc. And I'd recently just met a group of friends that were doing the same thing. They were on a similar kind of journey, although we all got there from different angles. And we had just had a session together where I walked in, these two ladies, my friends at the time, were having a session where they were doing energy work. And the one just released with intention whatever was holding the other one back. And I could just see in her face this amazing bliss and awe. And like literally her skin color changed. It was kind of like a bit of like a misty, I don't know how best to describe it, but you so could tell that there was like a blending of physical and non-physical happening at that point because of all the resistance that was being let go of. And I saw that. It was part of the experience. And I went home, and I think it was maybe the next day. And I just decided, okay, well, I've just seen it in action. I've seen that you can do that. You can will it, you can will yourself to let go of things that you're holding on to. So I did. And I didn't have any doubt about it because I'd just seen it. I'd experienced bits of it myself as well. And as I did that, I just felt this jet of energy that can only be described as like a scalpel knife going to the top middle of my head and this jet of energy just flowing out. And this happened twice over, I think it was a 2 day period of just release and just letting it go. And it was almost like an out of body experience when I was doing that intentionally. And then I was also seeing an energy healer at this time because I was trying to open up my heart space, for lack of a better word, that had been quite jammed shut for a very, very long time. And she had been getting me into a process of recording my dreams as soon as I woke up. Now, usually when I have a dream, if it's quite significant, I have very little issue remembering it, but there's still a little bit of an issue remembering it. It takes me a bit of time, and it's not always crystal clear. This was so different. There was not one detail I forgot. I was convinced it was a real thing. Every like it was like watching something with ultra HD eyes. Um, just everything was just unbelievably more crystal clear than life itself. I remember every moment. I remember every feeling, and it was so beautiful because it goes along with my belief in terms of what I saw as what you could call God or higher self was this infinite wall of light that was yellowish color at first, and it looked flat. And then I changed perspective and it became like a globe, but infinite. So you could never see a border. It was absolutely infinite, but it was showing different perspectives of like 1D versus many dimensions. And I started drifting closer towards and it's just me floating in like a void of darkness, drifting towards what I perceived as God at the time. And this pitch or this ringing in my ears started very high, very high pitch. And the closer I got, the faster I moved, the higher the pitch got. And it got to a point where, and this is how real it was, I actually, in this moment, I was like, if I let go, in other words, if I don't somehow put on the brakes, I'm going to cease to exist or potentially cease to exist. That's how real it felt. And I just let go. And I didn't cease to exist. I kind of that all faded away, and I came to on what felt like the other side, and I was floating in again a void, but with the loving light shining down on me, and I just felt this immense love, and it was just the most amazing, beautiful experience that I'll never forget, and I could not return to doing things the way that I did it before once I'd had that experience. And directly after having it, I went into work the next day and I was in the office. I think I was by myself. And all of a sudden, I was just sitting there and involuntarily, I just started saying, nothing matters, nothing matters, nothing matters. And a fountain of energy was shooting out from the top of my head. I've never felt anything so intense, but so beautiful. It's like the only words I can use to describe it is a spiritual orgasm. And it just continued and continued and continued. I must have looked, if you saw my face on my way home, that must have been a sight to see. And it continued for about 2 weeks, on and off, but quite consistently for quite a while. I've heard it called a Kundalini experience.
Mm.
I'm not sure if that is the most appropriate term for it, but that's what it is. But it was so intense that I was lying on my couch for hours, just literally all I could do was breathe through it because it was so intense, but yet so beautiful. And that just again just continued and continued. And that's just kind of been that complete paradigm shift in my life. I would have to say that was it.
Definitely qualifies under the category of doozy. By all the earmarks, it does sound like a Kundalini thing. Here's the thing with all the labels, all the stories, all the, who knows? The more we think we know, the less we know. This is why we go to direct experiences.
Absolutely.
Here's what that was amazing. Jeez, I mean, did people at work kind of wonder what's up with Glenn?
Well, the funny thing is, it was a day, I'm just trying to remember the dates, but it was like close to COVID. So there was not many people around at the moment. That particular day was just me and one other, but the other person was in a separate room. So they didn't see anything other than me saying goodbye. So I probably did look a bit funny at that point because it already had happened. I even went into the shops because I had to get some stuff on the way home. I must have looked like I was literally having an orgasm. That's must have been how it looked. And then I was driving home and it was just getting more and more intense. And I was like, am I going to bloody crash the car? And then hey, I gotta get onto the couch and it just doesn't stop. And then I went to look at myself in the mirror and I've been able to see my own aura and can sometimes see others. And it was just it looked like a fire was coming out of me. And it was like bright orange, like rich orange color. It was just really, really quite special.
It does sound very similar to Kundalini awakening stuff. I had mine unexpectedly I was as a journalist covering an event. Yeah, the surprise
That
of the
must have
night
been
went
fun.
in. Oh yeah, and when I went to It started as a really bad back pain that kept, working its way up my
Yeah.
spine, up to the top of the head. And by the end of the weekend, I went to unpack or pack up my room, and my cameraman's like, "Yeah, you kind of don't look right." Like, I'm gonna pack up my stuff and get out there. And every time I leaned on the wall to put a shoe on, all the lights kept going on and off and on. I was literally like a live wire. By the time I got back out with my bag, my cameraman's like, "I'm gonna drive you home. Something's wrong." So,
Well, something's very right, but yeah, like
yeah.
it's just a lot in the moment. Yeah.
So he took me to his car, and I tried to open the car door and set his car alarm off. So that kept happening. So he ended up
Yeah.
having to take his car to the shop. Somehow I got home and basically got dumped off on the front porch. I was a single mom, two daughters. And my kids looked at me like, "Oh, what's wrong with mom?" and then I don't remember the next several days. So, yeah, but it was,
Yeah, it's a blur. Like if you ask
yeah.
me to the dream I can remember with clarity, that experience of the moment I can remember with clarity. If you ask me to kind of recall the next couple of days, in fact it
Mm,
carried on for weeks, not really.
not a
All I
clue.
know is that there was a moment where I thought to myself, what if this stops? And then a nudge in me said, don't, let it be. And because I let it be and I'd let go of it needing to maintain a certain frequency or maintain a certain level of intensity, I just said, whatever, whatever happens, happens. It just continued and continued and continued. I don't remember much.
For me, I was more like, shit, what if this doesn't stop? As a mom, single mom, can't be running around like that.
Yeah, yeah. See, now I
That
was in a different
rebalanced it out.
situation. I was alone at that time, so it was very different to where I didn't need to be in the office because I mostly work at that time, pretty much always could work remote if I chose to. So it was
Mm.
a lot easier for me to just go with it. I mean, if I had to be in a household with people witnessing what I was clearly what I could see was on my face, I think they would have, booked me into a hospital.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
had to tread lightly, you bet.
yeah, 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 for sure, for
What I'm
sure.
curious about, the piece we're missing is what led up to you being that open and ready for that? Like, were you training with healers, or how were you that open before that?
It just had been a process of through the years, just I guess not letting go of things that had happened in the past for so long that they build to such a crescendo that you have to. And so, but then, you can let something go and you can say you forgive someone, but you don't quite get there on the first time. So you keep doing it and keep doing it in different elements and areas of your life. And I just knew because I've always had such a connection to my higher self that there was more to go, right? So I sought people out. I sought out that energy healer. I
Mm.
sought out at that time I wasn't looking for this. I don't know what I was looking for. My guide, my inner being knew, obviously, but she ended up being a famous psychic medium from the UK that came to Seattle. Her name's TJ Higgs. And she's amazing. And I studied along her. I don't call myself a psychic. I do not call myself a medium. What I learned from her was the tools to align, how to trust that inner guidance and just go with it. And I definitely learned that in spades. And that helped a lot because then I could completely trust my guidance that I received and follow it through. So, and I would meet people along the way. They were doing their own sort of little healing journeys, and we would just complement each other and maybe pass through and, all the rest of it. And it was quite a few years. It wasn't just like a day. It was a while. And it continued after that dream. I'm not saying once that experience and dream happened that it stopped. No, it continued, right? So I don't think you have to get it perfect to have an experience like that. It's just when you're in for me, how I understand it is when you're sleeping, resistance stops. So what you're
Mm.
asking for can come in. And I've been asking for so many years, and I've been building up an amassment of this energy that I'm not surprised that was the experience I had because for so many years I didn't let it in, right? So it just keeps building to this crescendo. So that's why I feel like mine was like it was. Plus, it aligns with my beliefs in terms of I believe in energy. Yes, do I believe that there is an afterlife? Yes, but I don't call it afterlife. I think it's always there. And do I believe in angels? Well, I wouldn't use that word, but I believe in a non-physical, and I believe in energy and vibration and that kind of stuff. So for me, how I translated that experience was very much in line with my beliefs.
Yeah. I know I like staying as far away from stories and labels as possible when, journalist mode, right? Because it all goes down a tube of a belief system that cuts off other things. And I just want to know what it really is, right?
Yeah.
Dreams are interesting.
I love them. They speak to you. If you can take the time to record a significant dream the first moment you get up, it is the best guide you'll ever have, especially if you are learning how to trust your inner guidance. It's coming to you all the time. We may not be in the receptive mode for it during our waking state, but boy, are we during our sleeping state. So
Yeah.
we can receive these, but believe me, when you start out, they're cryptic as hell. Right. So it is something that you need to learn the language, and it's symbols, it's imagery. At first it doesn't make sense. But if you stop trying to chase meaning and just have it present in terms of, I know eventually I'll get a little nugget, and then maybe another little nugget, and then maybe another little nugget. And eventually you practice this. And you get so good that it just comes to you straight away. The moment you wake up, you're like, oh, that's what that means. That's what's been holding me back, or that's what I wasn't letting go of, or that's showing me the progress I've made, or whatever the case may be. But I found it to be one of the most powerful tools available because the stuff that I have seen that has helped me shift my belief system is just amazing. You can just see the clarity of things in a way that is sometimes not as easy when you're awake and potentially in a resistant state, right? But can you get that level of clarity while you're awake? Absolutely. Again, it just takes practice.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's
Yeah.
what I want to share with the gang listening at home. As many of you know, I do these intuitive private invite processes to find the new hosts on News for the Soul. My upstairs team does not let me advertise or do web funnel marketing or any of that kind of crap, or even post spot for sale on News for the. None of it. None of it. I'm supposed to indicate, the energy we want to help you guys listening at home, and be of service. And I put it out there, get the hell out of the way. When I get the signals, I send the invite. Well, I sent an invite to Glenn, and he just had a dream. Would you like to share?
Yeah, of course. So as I said, we're always evolving and wanting more, right? So I just had a event in my life that I was still working through in terms of it triggered me, and I know when I'm triggered, it's something that is holding me back. It's something that it's showing me where I'm not free, right? And I
Mm.
know that I've been doing this long enough that I know for a fact it's not the other person, it's not the event, it's something within me that I have not released yet. Right. So I knew all this, and I had seen in a dream that on the other side of this, like this forgiveness of myself first and then the other person, and bringing compassion to that, the result of that process would mean a completion of a very long-standing pattern from childhood trauma, that had worked out the kinks through on many, many, many areas of my life, besides or yet with the original person that started with, right? And I knew that if I could get there, and I knew I would, and I was very close because I'd already been doing a lot of work on this, something significant in my life would shift. And the dream, there was a couple of things, but I'll stick to the part that's pertinent to your question, which is what I saw as soon as I stopped. No, let me say it in different words. What I saw and what I experienced was that I was still doing the blame game a little bit, or the like, I can't believe you just did that a little bit. And what showed up was a female. There was no description or any face or anything like that. It was just a female. It came across like social networks, or a network is a better way to say it.
Mm.
And this female was passionately just introducing me to her network, her audience. And they were frantically on their computers trying to find me, like mashing their keyboards frantically, but they couldn't find me. because my state was not ready for this yet. I had not yet gotten to the end and released this completely. So I knew as soon as I got there, something was going to happen like that. Did I know that you were going to contact me? No. Did I know the exact specifics? Absolutely not. But I trusted that something would happen if I just kept going down that road. And I had been doing that forgiveness of myself and compassion for myself because when you get triggered, you're just meeting a version of yourself that you haven't yet healed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a gift. It is such a gift that you can look that person in the face and say, eventually, maybe not initially, thank you for the gift. You've shown me a version of myself that I thought I had healed, but I have not yet healed. And now I can free myself. And I brought that compassion to myself first, to that version of me that knew no better. And then I extended. And once I completed the extension part and I could do it and return to that moment without any sting, and now feel love again for all involved. Um, it was the night before that I'd completed it. I had another dream that confirmed it, and then you messaged me the next day. Yeah,
I love how it works. It's amazing,
yeah,
and I love your willingness to share because this is what makes it special and relatable for people listening, and how real this stuff is. It's incredible, right? It's
yeah,
To me, this is just like real magic, and I'm convinced that's why we're here almost 30 years in. I'm gonna have to come up with something
absolutely.
huge to do on our 30th here. Oh my God.
Absolutely. Life
Yeah.
is so much more than what we can physically see. And
Oh,
if we just allow ourselves to tap into it, even just a little,
one other thing I wanted to share with you with dreams, because I've been
yeah,
on a bit of a journey onto some next level weird stuff. And I don't know if you've experienced this yet, but I don't dream anymore. I go to other dimensions. I don't sleep all night. I'm like, as soon as I go through the little veil here, I'm in some other, place. Still me in some form. Um, Often futuristic, often off planet. I'm trying to like hold my eyes open and remember as much as I can. Sometimes when I come back through the film, I'm in some other one, so I don't necessarily come right back to this one. But it's an adventure, always something different every night. But it's not dreaming anymore. Have you ever experienced something that surreal?
I have
Ooh,
the only word to describe it is different worlds, different landscapes
yep.
that you're having these wonderful experiences in. Sometimes, depending on where you're at in the moments, it can be a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, but like it can be a lot because there's a lot to unpack around what you're experiencing.
Mm,
But yeah, for sure, I've had those as well. But lately, because I guess my focus has been on going in a particular direction. So I've been very focused on building myself to this place where I'm at now. That my dreams have been very much aligned with that. So I would imagine when that focus shifts, sure, that could come back again for sure.
hmm
Yeah.
Let's talk about where you are now. Where are you now?
So if you don't know from the accent that you're hearing, I'm originally from South Africa and I lived in Australia for many, many years. That's the confusing accent there. I'm now living in Seattle. I've been here for quite a few years. I do work at a corporate job, but I'm moving out of that into doing more work like this, where I help people see what's potentially holding them back in life, what could be blocking them, things that they may not be able to see just yet, or they are partially seeing it but don't quite see it. Because I've been doing that my entire life with others. And it was only the later chapter that I turned that onto myself. And I mean, when I can say that my life, if I even had to look back a couple of years ago and then look now, if I had to explain the difference to you, you wouldn't believe me. So, I mean, my days are just so amazing. Even though I have a corporate job, it feels like the experiences I have are just, it's like fun and play. And I laugh with everyone and I have fun with everyone. And it's so energizing and beautiful. You can have that experience where you can live a life of your dreams wherever you think that you can't. Right. And then your life can still shift even more, like, so I'm just looking forward to this journey where I just keep shifting in this direction of helping people live the life of their dreams. And that is around releasing is holding you back. And that's what I'll say about where I'm at right now, and physically as well as what I do.
How do you help people figure out what's holding them back, and how do you help them release it?
Sure. So we just meet like a one-on-one, and you just tell me your story, what's happening. And you'll be so surprised just in the words that you use and how I pick it up from my intuition, which is one of the things I've learned, is you either basically spell it out with the words you use that you're not seeing it yourself because you're questioning. And while you're questioning or you're focused on what's not working, you're not allowing yourself to see what is. You're not allowing yourself to see the answers. Sometimes it's so blatantly obvious just in the words alone. I can say, this is your story. And if you continue with that story, that's not going to change in your life. And sometimes intuition kicks in more often than not. And I'll say something. Sometimes I don't even remember what I said because it just comes out of nowhere, and it'll be just the right thing for that person to hear, that will allow them to actually just release something. Look, it might not be immediate, but it allows you to start moving in that direction and start going towards what you want.
So, can you give us some examples?
Yeah, so for sure. Um, I mean, I've done this with friends so many times, but there's been a situation in life where I'm not going to use names or anything like that. It's just one that I remember very clearly, so I'm going to use it. Where there's a pattern in a friend's life where they kept bumping up to the same relationships with men. Um, they would cheat and all the rest of it, and that was a pattern that just kept happening. And my friend didn't know why, and I could see it very clearly in terms of, and because we were close as well, that helped. But I could see very clearly what she was doing in her day to day that was bringing it about, but also what she wasn't letting go of, right? So she wasn't letting go of the hurt, wasn't letting go of the judgment, wasn't letting go of the blame of the others that were involved in that process. And I just highlighted it to her. And I said, just here are the things that I would recommend if I were you to start to let this go. Number one, burn that picture of you two. Let it go. Why are you still holding on to it? Or something along those lines. Just let go of the past, allow in a different perspective, a different future, and you can just completely change that story. You have to stop activating it. You have to stop bringing it back fresh into your reality so that you can forgive yourself for what you went through, and you can forgive the other person or whoever it is, and then you can move forward in a direction and actually start having much healthier relationships. So that's one way I can explain that. It's just through the stories that will be told to me or through my intuition, I will get a nudge or I will hear something that will show me that's the thing that you're doing over and over again that's stopping you from releasing it. It might be something as simple as you're holding on to memories from the past and you keep reliving it and rehashing it, or something different. It's different for everyone.
So, talk to us about the importance of forgiveness.
Yeah, all I know is that it does not serve us in the way that it does not serve us for our highest good. We're only holding ourselves back when we resent and hold on to resentment or judge and hold on to judgment. Um, I can understand coming from where I've come from. I've come from a child of abuse, and I get it. I know it's difficult to kind of wrap your head around. It's as simple as just forgiving the other person, but it's so much more than that. You're forgiving yourself as well, right? And a lot of what we sometimes don't even realize in forgiveness is once we can kind of like start working on that process of forgiving the other person, we realize there's actually work to be done on forgiving ourselves as well. And that can just transform your life around because you stop bringing it back up. You just stop reinvigorating that feeling of hopelessness or whatever it is for you that you went through. And that can shift your experience and your story so completely on that subject that you no longer do that. And you now let in the new improved version of what you're asking for.
So, can you get specific with, a lot of people struggle with forgiveness, and there's a lot of different processes out there, and then we think we've done it, and then it comes back again. And, what is your process around deeply being able to let go of this stuff?
I will use my own experience to explain this because it's mine, so I can share whatever I need to share. So I'll be very specific. So I had an estranged relationship with my grandfather for my entire my entire life. Didn't know him. I won't go into the exact details about why. You can probably guess, but I held on to a lot of resentments on that subject, and it was more than just him. It trickled out into love with anyone else, all sorts of relationships. There's an underlying thing when you don't forgive that, like, you're looking for a villain, you're looking for someone to do it again, but in doing that, you reignite it and you bring it in again and you bring it in again in different situations with different faces. And it's like, what's that saying? Different faces, different places, same story, right? So you just
I
keep
was thinking
re
different shit, same flies, but
yeah, yeah. So,
anyway.
I think we can all relate to the fact that if we don't do the work, you might move your job or you might change your relationship, but the same shit happens again, right? So you need to get to the core of it. Now, how my process was this. I was very resistant in the beginning, but I trusted that I needed to do it. I trusted it was for my best. So I luckily could receive him when he passed, and I started the process. I'd already started the process, or that wouldn't have happened. So you have to set the intent. Number one, intend to do it.
Mm.
Is it a 1 day journey? Hell no. Depends on how much of a sting it has, right? But if you start intending to do something, the universe will support you in that action. Things will show up in your life, and it'll be different for everyone. I I went in my life. I'd never entertained going to one before that. A psychic medium showed up, and I'd never entertained going to one either. But both those things were just what I needed, the tools that I needed to get to the next step and the next step and the next step. Did that journey take a couple of years? Yes. Did I have a couple of rounds of forgiving, and then eventually I could actually say, I forgive you and I love you? And when I could say that and it landed and it wasn't resistant in nature and it wasn't fake, that's when that whole thing happened, that whole godlike dream experience happened. So I'd been doing enough of that forgiveness and continuing to do it and continuing to do it because you think you've gone through it all, and then you'll go through another experience which shows you the gap that still remains. And it's just about persistency. Just keep going, be persistent, and you can completely change your life. It just takes dedication.
Interesting. The two buzzwords that are coming up in the last year, sovereignty and alignment. And I was curious what the aligned path looks like for you.
For sure. So, alignment for me is feeling and seeing things the way that my higher self sees things. So, if I experience a situation and I don't feel anything other, if I feel something other than joy or bliss, I'm not aligned with it, right? So, if I feel a negative emotion around an experience, something I'm not aligned with, something that I'm holding on to, something that I can work on, I can release, and that subject can change for me. So for me, alignment is just really getting into a good feeling place on subjects. So every subject's different. Some are you'll be better at it than others. But that's really to break it down to the simplest terms. It's on a particular subject. Are you feeling ease and flow? Do you feel good? You're aligned with it. On another subject, are you feeling ease and flow? Does it feel good? No? Then you're not aligned with it. So that's the simplest way I can probably say it, but what you can use as your guide is how you feel. Your feelings tell you everything. So if you're in a bad mood, but you've had an experience, they're just showing you something that you can release. And maybe that experience won't happen again. But for me, alignment is just consistently trying to go from a state where maybe on one subject I'm not so as aligned as I thought I was, and changing it. And then next subject, changing it. Next subject, changing it. Until you're living a life that you just never thought you were going to be able to live. You're so happy, energized, and joyful. and you didn't think a life like that was possible.
So it's not about changing your own inner alignment, it's about finding the right path.
Yeah, it's about finding that, well, the path comes to you, in my opinion, based on your asking, but it's getting so comfortable with just seeing, I call it the reflection in the mirror, as just a reflection of what's happening inside of me that I may or may not be aware of. So when I have an experience where I'm not in alignment and I'm triggered, or it might not even be that severe, it might just be a little thing, I just turn myself inward to myself, and through the process of asking, answers come, whether it's through a dream, whether it's through an intuitive hit, whether it's through a conversation with others. And I'm so focused upon it that I see it for exactly what it is. And I can shift experiences into better feeling experiences and move myself in alignment on more and more subjects where I feel good on more and more subjects. So I have better days. Things flow, synchronicities abound. So again, it's this what I do and what I practice is getting happy. It's not a hard one to sell.
Getting happy. That's an interesting one for me because it's uh it's come up for me personally in the last few months. It's like what I ignore and almost trivialize. It's like, okay, we've made it, or we're a success with that, or we're, like, I don't put happy high enough on my list. I've noticed recently. So, what is your overall perspective on happy?
Happy is an evolving thing. So I think you kind of just said it. You achieve a goal and you want more,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you achieve that goal, and it's the happiness doesn't necessarily, like, it's like if you buy a car, okay, you might get a buzz for a couple of days, but then it goes. You buy something new, same thing. It gives you a short little buzz and it goes, because we are eternal beings wanting more. So we're always going to be looking for the next and the next and the next. It's just how long of a gap do you give yourself, or how long of a gap are you allowing between this new subject where you're not as aligned, you don't yet feel as good or as happy, to the subject where you do. So again, it's just about closing that gap and realizing that it's perfectly normal. You're always going to want something more, and that something more might be a little bit further away than you are currently right now. So that might not feel that great. But it's relishing the things that are working in your life. Appreciate everything that's working in your life, whether it's completely unrelated, and more things show up like that. And in that process of just appreciating what is working in your life, more of it shows up. You can start to really bump up and juice up how happy and blissful you feel, even without the next achievement.
Yeah, I think it's important. I get caught up in the whole, it's my purpose and save the planet and wake people up and blah blah blah. And yeah, no, we gotta be happy in the middle of it somewhere. Um, so, oh my God, the time is ticking away. What do you perceive doing on
You warn
future?
me of that.
What do you perceive doing on future shows?
Yeah, I think the next show, and I'm still working on it, is just about breaking down the or demystifying um, thoughts becoming things and manifestation. I think there's just such a lot of there's a lot of BS out there around it, and I just want to just break it down into just simple terms around how simply you can literally have the life that you want. Take manifestation out the equation. Breathing is manifesting. This conversation is manifesting. Anything that you experience is a manifestation. We are natural translators of vibration. We are manifesting all the time. But we don't like to label anything unwanted as a manifestation because we didn't cause that. Well, you didn't maybe know what you were doing, but everything in our life is cause and effect. And so just demystifying manifestation. It's not only the wanted stuff that's a manifestation, it's everything. And when you can look at it from that lens of it's just literally anything as a manifestation, it takes, I guess, the maybe some people are unable to do it. They think they're unable to do it. It takes that sting out of it and just normalizes it and realize that you can do it on any subject. But maybe your patterns need to change. Maybe you need to take a different perspective or look at things from a different angle, and then start moving the needle. And that's how you can change your life. I mean, living an abundantly happy life is the goal for me, I would say. Everything else is just trim.
What would your advice be to somebody like me? My goal is to make a difference. And this is why I don't factor in these other things. Should I reword that in some format? Restructure it?
I would say that if you could appreciate exactly what's happening right now in the moment on all the things that are working and be less focused on the next, the next, the next, you'll find more joy in the moment. You'll be more present in the moment, and your work will have more of an impact.
Just thought I'd ask.
No worries.
On that note, let's go big picture. Let's take a breath and zoom out for a minute to planet Earth, all the iterations of bizarreness that have happened since 2020 or before. Um, what has been your perspective on what's been happening on planet Earth since 2020? There's been a lot.
Yeah, so number one, I don't watch the news. I like to be happy, but I mean, I'm not a hermit under a rock. So I do know bits and pieces of what's going on. And what I will say is the following. If you choose to look and you choose to change where you look, you can also find a lot of things that are going right in the world, right? And I personally would prefer to focus on that because there is actually more than you think there is. But when you are focused on maybe what's being fed to you from certain media outlets that maybe don't show you a nice, well-grounded mix of that, it can skew your opinion of, because you said zoom out, right? There is so much more
Way
going
out.
on. There's so much more going on than just what's happening right here, right now in the US or anywhere else like
Right.
that. And it's just being able to zoom out a bit and say, yes, some shitty stuff is happening right now. You can't paint that within, you can't put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig, right? But there's also a lot of other beautiful things happening. And it's just, again, same thing with turning your life around, is choosing where to look.
It comes down to the basics each and every time, doesn't it? What you focus on expands, since we've said that from day one, right?
Yeah.
Um, it's just, it feels to me like it's been employed when it's hard. We need to do it when it's actually really hard. When back then it was, it was just a matter of choice, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like,
Yeah.
well, today's World 3, tomorrow's Epstein files, the next day they're eating babies. I mean, come on, right? So and news isn't news anymore. I'm a journalist. I used to be in mainstream news. That's not news. They've just got rid of all that legitimacy there. And it's transferred over now, really, truly, to social media. So even avoiding the news is not enough because I still hear everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And thus the term doom scrolling is about now. But okay, in a nutshell, okay, you wake up tomorrow and you've got another thing flying in your face, right? Of That's not of higher energy. What is your
Yeah.
process to dealing with it and to moving on?
So this is something that Abraham Hicks says, and
Ooh, love him.
I love Abraham Hicks. Get out ahead of it. So start your day first thing in the morning with you. So if you're a meditator, meditate. When I say first thing in the morning, I mean first thing in the morning, before the runaway thoughts, before the world becomes noisy, before you have to do everything for everyone else. Put you time first. Invest in yourself. 17 minutes. You don't have to meditate. Not everyone meditates. Watch something positive. Listen to something positive. Watch or listen to something uplifting for 17 minutes. Set your tone for the day. It sets a general tone of expectation for the day ahead. It gets better and stronger as you practice it. So maybe the first day it might keep you going for a little while, and then you're going to see something and then it derails you. So again, what I do at the end of the day is a similar process around disconnecting and reconnecting with self. I go for a walk in nature for however long you need to. Go for a run. If a run gets you into a meditative state, whatever that is for you, that does it for you. It's about consistency and practice. So you first thing in the morning for long enough, 17 minutes, evening, 17 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever you can afford to do. And then I do a reset every single week. I prefer doing a sound bath reset. Again, it's just getting quiet, meditative state, and you start shifting the needle with those simple practices. They seem so simplistic, but anyone can do them.
Hmm.
Anyone can do them. And if you start to do it, you'll prove to yourself your days will get better, you'll feel better, you'll enjoy life more, and it just works. And you don't have to believe me, try it for yourself.
Right. Well, there you go. There you go. Here's what we need to do right now is let's give you some extended shameless self-promotion time. Talk about the Align, walk the Align path. How do they do that? How do they take part? What's involved? What are the benefits? What have you got coming up? Like, just go nuts.
Yeah, for sure. So I've started a business and a website called Walk the Aligned Path that accompanies and it was I also got a podcast on YouTube and Spotify called The Aligned Path, which talks through these practices and processes to get to turn your life around, to live a better, more joyous life. It's absolutely free. So you can go listen to that yourself, practice these things that I'm talking about, prove it for yourself. That's all there for you. And again, on the website, it's all there, it's linked in. And you can also connect with me if you are wanting a one-on-one session or you just need to see, is this going to be a fit for me? And again, I'm there to help you connect. I've got a community that's on the website that I would love people to start joining so we can start helping each other and say, this is what I'm working on. This is the successes that I'm seeing from these simple things. I'm having more joy. I've achieved this, etc. And building up a community where we can celebrate living a life of bliss and ease, right? And it just starts with investing in yourself, finding the time to invest in yourself and put yourself first in terms of how you feel. And when I say that, I'm not saying put someone else last. I'm just saying you need to look after yourself first, and then you'll have everything to give everyone else. So it's just putting yourself first and then. And yeah, so that's basically what I do and what the website does and the podcast does. And again, it's all things that are designed to help shift the needle and move you from maybe a place of feeling quite stuck in a certain area of your life to feeling unstuck. And the practices are again reiterated throughout the podcast because it's just so important and I swear by them and it's so simple to do. You don't need a degree. And you can find the time. And once you allow it to prove itself to you, you will find the time to the point where you won't skip a day. And you can just start living a better life. And again, if you need help with anything that you're going through, I'm there. And that's all available on walkthealignpath.com as well. And then, of course, the Aligned Path on Spotify and YouTube.
Beautiful. You know, one of my good friends, longtime guests here, mentors, actually he's one of the founders of News for the Soul. John Kehoe used to spend a lot of time in South Africa. Did you ever study his stuff?
No, I don't think I've heard of him.
Wow, he used to go down there a lot. He went down there and he even studied with Credo Mutwa, Sangoma, Credo Mutwa. Do you know him?
No, never heard of
Yeah,
him either.
you have things to
I
Google.
just, I haven't read a book voluntarily in many, many years, so I'll tell you one thing. Um, I, I don't have a lot of teachers that I
Mm,
guess the one that I've resonated a lot with is Abraham Hicks. Before that,
yes.
not so much. So I don't have a lot of those people that I know about. Like, do I know about Joe Dispenza, Dr. Joe? Of course I do. Do I know about Eckhart Tolle? Yes. Do I listen or follow them? No. Abraham Hicks was the first one that really got me. So I love that. And
Well,
yeah,
I'll
so
tell you, John Kehoe's the known as the
yep.
grandfather of mind power. It goes back a lot of
Wow.
years, and we became
Okay.
good friends. Yeah, and Credo Mutuo is the Sangoma in Africa that actually I had him on the air in his hut somewhere with David
Yeah.
Icke. Anyway, that was going along back a long way. But nonetheless, Google those guys. I think you'd appreciate them. In the remaining couple of minutes, here's what I'd like to ask you. What is the
Sure.
most important thing that the News for the Soul Collective worldwide right now needs to hear to get on with their day in the best way?
Yeah, life does not need to be so hard. You can really live the life of your dreams if you just dedicate yourself to feeling happy, putting yourself first. And again, that does not mean putting someone else last. It just means filling your own cup up first before you give to others. And you can start to shift the needle in your life and live a more joyous, beautiful, abundant life. And it just takes practice. There's nothing special about it, nothing difficult about it. It's just consistent practice about putting yourself first and how you feel first, and then giving is all you can give. And from that place, you can really live a life of your dreams. And that's the advice I would give for anyone that's going through maybe a hard time, or again, seeing what's going on around the world today, and it's unsettling. It's return to yourself first, and then, and that's really what I can say is my advice for anyone that's here on this planet today that may or may not be living a joyous experience.
There you go. There's a lot that aren't, but let's plug back in. We have been getting to know Glenn found the Walking the Aligned Path. So exciting to start your show. I'm looking for your first official, looking forward to your first official show with bells on. I'm going to be there to help you out if you need it. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being part of News for the Soul.
No, thank you for having me.
All right. And yeah, there you go. We're off to, what are we off to? Enlightenment in the City with Elle in about 2 minutes time. All right, so everybody stay put. We've got another few shows going on right up to 7 p.m. Pacific. And here they come. Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
We all love to hear the good news, so we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Yeah, man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. Wow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. Every time, come hear the good news, share the good news. I should rush to hear the good news, but we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Yeah, man, just log on to www.newsforthesoul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. Wow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We not go put none of the negative in there. We not go put none of the negative in there. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best.
It's time for Enlightenment in the City with El Hoshotara on the News for the Soul Network. El is a spiritual coach and intuitive reader with a unique flair. Strong yet soft, compassionate with a heart, she lives the consciousness of being feminine with strength. El tells it like it is. Welcome El Hoshotara back to News for the Soul.
Hey everybody, welcome to this hour of News for the Soul. I'm your host, El Hoshim Tara, at my new time at 4 p.m. PST Thursdays. This is our new me, our new us. I'm here at 4 p.m. PST every single day, and so you can always write in and you can always write in and send me your questions, and that would be at on the air at tellus.net. That's on the air at tellus.net. And so we've moved to the new time so you can listen when you're in the car on the way home during rush hour and have all these wonderful things. And as a result, let's celebrate that and talk about why you want to make your life as successful as you can be, and why very successful people actually lead very deliberate lives. So they're being very intentional in what they create. And let's talk about this thing. Because sometimes it can be challenging when you hear a lot of mixed messages, right? And I know that feeling all too well when you're trying to go for what you want and your environment doesn't support it. And like, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it's like, but I can see clearly, like, I know this is going to work. If I do this, this, and this, it's going to turn out. And people don't support you. It's tough, and I don't like that. So with that, though, not everybody's going to be able to support you, because the best people who are going to be able to best support you are the ones who've already done it, because then they understand it, they know what it means, and they've already done it, so they're less threatened by it, because people can't give you what they don't have. And if you moving ahead is too scary for them, where you're going to move out of their orbit, then of course it makes sense that they're going to be upset about it or try to hold you back, even if you have no plans to leave them, such as it's a family member. But sometimes, you know what, you'd kind of want out a certain situation. So that is a very real thing. So the best way to be secure, happy, intentional within yourself to be able to get the people that you want, which are the people that are going to be able to support you because they've done enough of it, is actually to be able to do those things that you want yourself, which means living your best life possible. And so how do we cut through all the noise on this? Why would we want to do this? And why is it, a good thing for you to be doing? Because I know for some of you, that's a real fear, that somehow going for what you want is somehow a negative. And I understand that, because there's a lot of stuff out there that really seems like it's selfish to go and do the things that you like to do. So first off, number one, when you move ahead, that means you have, just like I described, answers. You have answers for what people are going to want to do in their life, as far as you know and how it applies. And even when you don't, it's a lot easier to be successful, or to be supportive, as I've just said, when you've already done those things and you understand them. And so you're not scared if other people are doing them. You understand you're going to be able to keep up, or you're already at that level. Maybe they didn't realize it. And you're like, yeah, that's going to be really good. And some of you already know, like, I think we all know this. We've all met somebody where we understand that if they corrected some behaviors, boy, would they be easier to get along with. Just, oh. And on the serving side of things, we understand that if people grow and they gain skill sets and they gain knowledge, that's part of what's going to make them easier to deal with. When people don't understand that, that gets scary, and sometimes that's why they try to stop it. Now, with that, do some people get jerkier as they move ahead? Absolutely. And unfortunately, there are examples all around the world, unfortunately, where some people just act like little tyrants. But it's important to understand people can do that over making 50 cents an hour more than minimum wage, and they can do that over making like $50,000 a month more. So you can get that at any single price range. It's not so much about the money, but when you have the money yourself, it becomes a lot easier to say no to the person who's trying to bully you over 50 cents an hour, for anybody who that's a problem with. And it's also a lot easier when you're making enough money. Even if you're not making $50,000 a month yourself, it's a lot easier if you're making $20,000 a month to say, you could go through all that harassment by somebody who's making $50,000, or maybe they're just going to bully you or create you a bunch of other problems that's actually going to blow your business. And you know what? You'd rather have peace of mind and, maybe a little bit less financial success currently, but you're going to build. And then you're going to find other people who are also at that person's financial level, but they're actually nice, they're supportive, they're comfortable to be around, and they're not going to screw you over, which is extraordinarily important. And it makes no sense to blow up your whole life when you could just wait and then find somebody else. And the more that you understand that that can actually happen because you've had that experience, and that experience happens when you go up and you, plus you're picking nice people, then it becomes a lot easier to pick those people. So when people are very successful, they learn that going for the things that they want, these really beneficial things, if they don't, it really causes problems in their life. They don't get to where they need to be going. They end up taking chances with people that they should probably avoid. They don't follow along the lines of what they need to as much. So they understand that if when they know that they want something that's healthy, beneficial, responsible, they know that to get that, it means that they're going to have a better chance of getting it by really diving into things that they love. And as they do that, other skill sets come to help support that mainline train of thought that they're going for. And that's how they build life skills. When people don't understand that and like really, have very severe financial issues as an example, and they're very against that, they'll often pick things that they're not even interested in because they think it's selfish to go for what they want, then have a hard time because they don't really have a talent in the area, they don't enjoy it, but they think they're quote unquote supposed to make somebody else happy who isn't even going to be in their life that long. They may not even like that person. That's the darndest thing, right? So they have some cousin that they don't even like. They rarely even talk to because they really don't like that cousin, but they're not going for a path that they want because they're scared that the cousin that they don't even like and barely talk to is somehow going to have a problem with it. So at least successful people realize that if you go for the things that you want, yes, some people are going to drop off, but in this case, they know that in a lot of cases, the people that are already causing you a lot of problems are probably going to be the ones to drop off. Now, is that always the case? Some people will try to latch on harder, but it's important to understand the higher up you go, the scarier it is for people to keep holding on. So, because they may get rejected at any moment, you have new friends with healthier serving behaviors that might not accept them. So some people will self-select out, and while some people will keep in because of the money, as you grow more and more and more, it becomes easier to hold boundaries. But also part of the reason you're able to hold boundaries is because you understand you can do it. So if you can do it, you know that they can do it too. So it becomes a lot easier to say no because you understand people can actually do a lot more to make their life work than they think. And sometimes people need training for that. Yes, some people need to come in for coaching to help make the breakthroughs on that because they're scared. But they, generally speaking, understand that if you put some effort in, you can make a lot more things happen in your life than you think to. They also understand that being clear and doing what you want removes a lot of the naysaying, just like the cousin in that example. But they also understand that it removes a lot of the friction between for having to argue over things that they never even really wanted to be doing in the first place. And they're not having to fight to do a bunch of things that they're really not that interested in. Now, I want to be clear, as you go up, you do have jobs that are not going to be your favorite. And sometimes somebody's not showing up to work for something. And as a result, you're having to do something like clean the freaking toilets. I remember when I was a teenager and I was a waitress and I went in and my job was to clean the bathrooms. And that was not my idea of a fun time, but I did it. And the one time somebody had left a cigar stub in the men's urinal and peed on it. It was disgusting. And my boss was in there because somebody's got to do it. And it certainly is not going to be the teenager. It was not going to be me. I guarantee you, I'd be willing to do a lot of things to make a business work, but that one, it was not my business. I was not doing that one. And my boss was her eyes were watering and she was like, having like the vomit heaves, right? The whole 9 yards. So anything can happen anywhere, but ugh, gross. But a lot of the things, they start to make sense. And even if they're not your favorite, you discover you can do them, which is very different than having to do something that you really don't like to have to do, and then you're having to do that every single day. For example, I love plants. I really love plants. I do not like potting plants, personally. Not my idea of a fun time. So I wouldn't like to do that all day. take people's orders. I was fine doing that as a teenager. There's all sorts of things that you are fine to do and certain things that you really just don't like to do. And even though there's things that you don't like to do as much, when they support your dream, it becomes a lot easier. And you also start to discover that, well, some of them will be challenges. Some of them are actually easier to adopt and learn than you thought. And that helps to break down some of your resistance to success, and it helps to build other skill sets in it that you didn't know that you needed. So I'm not going to say that will always 100% turn out that way. And there are some things you definitely will hire out, such as somebody to clean the toilets as an example, but there's different ways that you can do it that actually they do work a lot better, or certain things are not a big deal for somebody else on the team, but they're definitely a big deal for you. So, and vice versa. So there's different ways to go about doing it. Personally, I love plants, but I'm not going to have a business that's filled with plants unless I have somebody that I could pay to take care of it. I'm just not going to do it. So I don't need to have 1.5 tons of plants in my office. I just don't need to. And there's lots of different ways to do that. And that's going to be very different than having a whole business based on having to do that thing that you really don't like to do. And so it makes your life go a lot easier. It also causes, when you're making fewer decisions that are more aligned, it produces more energy. It gets you faster action. It lights you up, people. It just makes you so happy. Again, provided that you're able to feel that. But there are certain areas that it's easier to do it. Now, when people aren't used to that, they're like, well, that's being selfish. And I've heard a lot of people over the years talk about how having your bliss, having a lot of joy, being very happy is, well, they're just lying, or, they're shallow. No, it makes sense. If you're doing things you love, you're going to be happier, potentially. Now, there are other things that may need to come in for some people in order to get there. And being connected to the God force is one of them, because they're very successful people. They've done everything on this plane. They've mastered this plane, but they're still feeling empty because they haven't gotten in touch with the God force yet. So that does tend to be the final thing for a lot of people. But even before that point, there's a lot of things that can happen that make you a lot happier. And especially if you do have, and if you're listening to me, you're probably really into the God force, whatever you call it. I'm spiritual, so I call it the God force. When you're in touch with that, and a few other things, but when you're in touch with that energy, plus you're very happy, plus you're doing things that you love that are this plane, then it can really light you up and it can really make you happy and very excited. They also understand that the cost of not doing it has a big side effect, as well as the cost of doing something that they don't love, because it is very hard to keep showing up day after day for something that you don't love. It can be hard to show up day after day even if you do love it, because sometimes you just want to do something else. You want to be parked in front of the TV with some ice cream for the next time they bring out Emily in Paris on Netflix. Chocolate ice cream and Emily in Paris. I mean, that's just me, but actually, I don't eat much ice cream anymore, but the Emily in Paris, absolutely. So, whatever it is for you. So there can be moments where you would just rather do that. But the more that you really get in the swing of things, even TV, I remember when I first came back from Peru, and I think Friends was on, or there was reruns, however it was working. And I used to love Friends before I went, but I'd been in this really deep space when I went to Peru, and I came back and, oh, this is really boring. And I like Friends. I've actually watched the reruns since. But when I was first back, it's the laugh track. It's like people are laughing, but it's really not that funny when you're in a deep space. So you can absolutely lose your taste for certain things. And so while, we understand the cost sometimes of not getting there when we really need to be, sometimes people don't correlate the cost of doing things that they don't even like until one day, they feel like it's just too late. And that's the cost of it, is end up being stuck in that position where it feels like it's too hard to get out. Additionally, one of the reasons why they're very intentional is they trust the structure. So they're setting themselves up for these things that are going to bring them success, but also bring them enjoyment. So motivation, not always the most reliable thing. And so instead of relying on the feelings, they build routines and systems and their environment that makes success a lot easier. For example, my focus wall in my office is blue. I love blue. It's my favorite color. I find it very energizing. That makes me happy. That makes me a lot happier just as soon as I walk into my office. And that's a lot easier to do than if you're walking into a place and it's just automatically, ugh. So you can decorate your environment to help motivate you. Now, this will not do it completely and absolutely. It also works better if you are really good at my water people out there. Hello, you especially when you're doing those sorts of things, it can really make your heart sing, and it can really build on a lot of things. So they've noticed that people tend to do better. I think in business when they're working in like a very well put together office versus not, and we all feel better. I know some people will tell you that they don't, but sometimes they may have their if the next level higher is too scary for them, it may feel more comfortable for them to be at something less than, especially if they don't quite resonate with that particular style, but they're still going to have something else where there is this sense of performance. Things are flowing really well, moving really well. They may not think of it in terms like that, but that enforce their productiveness. Things are really well organized, the whole 9 yards. That becomes a lot easier for certain people to really get in tune with their feelings, provided they allow that, and again, provided they're willing to admit it. Because just because people tell you that it doesn't work that way or they dismiss it, does not mean they don't work that way. In a lot of cases, it means they're just brushing it off, sometimes quite unservingly, negatively, just because they don't want to admit it, because they don't know how to build it within themselves. So always keep the understanding that just because somebody says they don't like something that's healthy and beneficial and positive, and you don't have a right to force them into it, again, especially depending on what you're thinking. There's always somebody out there with severe problems who's like going to think that shoving their really stuff you should be staying away from, they should shove it onto you because it's good for you. No, not what I'm talking about. We're talking about the healthy serving stuff. People usually need that, even if not directly the same way you do. They're going to need it. Sometimes they'll actually want it at a higher level. They just won't admit it. And so it's sometimes people will just tell you stuff, especially when people have a lot of issues, or they're not really used to living a life that's going to be serving. They're going to just point blank and simple just tell you whatever, regardless of whether it's even true. That's really important to understand. Also, when people are very successful, they do it because they understand that they're in charge in their life. People who have a really hard time in life, you'll find a lot that really don't understand that they're in charge of their own life, and maybe even sometimes try to get out of being responsible for things that they are. The problem with that is no matter what, you're responsible for your life. So when we understand that, and whenever you wanted to do something really amazing and positive, but somebody else has had a problem with it, that would be a place where you're understanding that you want to be responsible and you're wanting to implement these beneficial decisions into your life. And why would I say responsible? That is a piece of being responsible that sometimes people don't understand. You are responsible for making your life into whatever it is that you want to make it into. Hopefully it's going to be serving and responsible. It's not for everybody, but if you're listening to my show, I go on a lot about responsibility, so you probably understand that by now. And so your life is your responsibility, and living the things that really make your heart sing, that are good for you, that are going to make life work for you well, that is part of your responsibility to do that. So there's a lot of things. I mean, we could keep going, where it's, in terms of how this plays out, that it's so beneficial for you to go for what you want. And, it creates this highly structured life, in essence, that makes your heart really sing for what it is that you want to be doing, and you're crushing your goals. You're extremely focused, and it's a lot easier to do that than to be feeling like you're at the mercy of somebody who is trying to bash you so that you try to gain their approval by control tripping you. Okay. And that's the far end of the other side. always easier to go for the things that you want. And yes, it does help get rid of the people that are, and sometimes they'll self-select out, the people that are going to cause you a lot of problems. And for the ones that it doesn't, it becomes a lot easier for you to recognize the energy. And I don't want to say it's always going to be perfect. Sometimes you have to get to know people a little bit more. And, some people, are really good at hiding things, but you do start to pick up other things. So the more that you become successful, even without you deliberately focusing on on boundaries, it does actually help to clarify boundaries. So it's actually safer to move ahead. And that's why a lot of people do it, because they understand it's going to create more, which helps naturally get their boundaries going more. So if you are, starting a business and you're finally making money and you're making $10,000 a month, it's a lot easier to say no to somebody who comes in who's very critical. And they decided they're willing to deign to be your business partner, but they don't have business experience and they're being very critical. It's a lot easier to do that if you're already making $10,000 a month. You're hanging out with people that are more capable and they're not, just nitpicking at you all the time. They're not being highly critical. It's a lot easier to say no to that person. Whereas somebody who does not have enough financial success yet, and they're used to hanging around very critical people, that can be a lot harder for them to say no to. Now, some still will. Some have enough capacity to be able to do that. They understand. They might not understand why, but they understand that person's mean and they just don't want to have anything to do with them. So it can still happen like that, but sometimes they still get stuck in with other people who don't understand that. And so those people still get in their life to pick on them, even when they're not deliberately choosing that person themselves. Whereas when people are more evolved, maybe, yes, you find that they've got a relative who's, very nitpicky and critical, but they're not bringing them by the business. They're not, going up to them. And again, some people can, but it does become easier to check this out, or to tell by the energy that you just don't want to be involved, because it does show up in the energy. So your safety really does come from moving ahead and being more successful, especially nowadays in this time period. And that's it. So we have a bunch of requests for general. Tell me what Spirit says. And we have me in New Zealand, Sandra in South Africa. Ooh, that's a first. Hi, Sandra. We have Brenda in Connecticut, Shelley in Boston, Meredith in New York, and Karen in Halifax. So let's see. Shelley in Boston is number 1 on the list. Okay, let's see here. One moment. Shelley in Boston. Okay, so Shelley, what I'm saying at the beginning of this for the first 20 minutes or so, this so applies to you. So Shelley Annie, you got to look at what your good stuff is. And I really want to be clear about this. Knowing what your strengths are does not mean that they're always going to be absolutely 100% complete. So you can be a healthy eater and still like a cookie, okay? Or maybe an ice cream, or maybe a whole pizza, or maybe that's just me. I don't eat a whole pizza anymore because I can't. I have to be off the wheat. But if I could eat a whole small pizza by myself because pizza's delicious. So, but I do, generally speaking, eat healthy, I should say, as I say that. So eating healthy does not mean that you need to, you're only allowed to put in kale into your mouth and that's it. And as you get more and more into the health and wellness industry, you start to notice these things where people have extraordinarily different ideas and opinions, about what makes a food, what foods are healthy. So if you are very on low sugar, then even fruit can be considered unhealthy. For some people, they do eat fruit. They eat a lot of fruit, but they consider vegetables not to be that healthy. Some people eat fruits and vegetables, but not eat meat because they think it's not healthy. Personally, on my desk right now, I have lemon water with some stevia and some fresh raspberries blended in. Oh, I love that. And there are people who would be like, stevia, even though it doesn't cause as much problems as a lot of other things. So there's always, different ways that people will be, even if you're doing it way better than they're doing it, they'll try to nitpick whatever. And it doesn't mean that you don't have those beneficial aspects to yourself. It just means you need to understand that, I mean, there's always the next level. There's always somebody that can, pick and say, well, you should be doing it even better. How dare you like stevia? And I like stevia. And so some people are against it, but it doesn't cause a lot of the health problems a lot of other things do. And I like it. So I'm going to do that because it helps me drink a far more lemon water than I ever would without it, because I just don't like lemon water without it, quite frankly. It doesn't taste good to me. And and I love lemon, but I just love lemon sweetened. But there's always gonna be somebody out there. And the more that you get advanced, you start to discover there's a lot of things that they're pretty much going to cause problems, because even if you're eating kale salad like 24/7, then you come into the problem of you need other nutrients, and just kale is not going to do that for you. Or you have issues with your thyroid, and kale is not good for those specific issues that you have with your thyroid. They may be good if you have the opposite issue with your thyroid, then kale can be excellent, possibly. So there's all sorts of different reasons why certain foods aren't actually good for you at different times. And when you understand that, you can get really high, but at a certain point, you also have to let go, which is different than being too low in skill set overall, and then letting that go, and then just really having everything tank. We're not talking about that. We're talking about you can build, and then say, but sometimes I do this, or sometimes I do that. And is it true? Yeah, sometimes you do. It's going to happen, but that's okay, because we still count most of what you do. And sometimes what somebody else is saying, well, you should have lived it like this. You should have, if you were good at this, you would have done it 100% of the time. But there's other actually different healthier behaviors that are good for you to be doing at different points in time. So even if you're doing something healthy, there's still going to be variants of what healthy behavior is, just like kale is not 100% healthy all the time for every single person. And some people say they'll eat healthy, but then they're like, oh, so you're 100% organic, like all the time, and grass-fed meat, only wild caught, and it's really interesting. Like, wow, how do you do that? And they're like, well, I don't do that. I don't believe in organics. Oh, okay. But it doesn't make a difference in taste and texture. Maybe, but it definitely has a difference in your health. And you find out, like, there's these whopping big parts that they miss. And I would much rather take some sugar and some fruit than a lot of pesticides. Personally, that's going to be way healthier if you just take the sugar and the fruit and the pesticides. But some people really, cut off that reality because they're so, convinced that they're doing it right, or you have to be perfect or push you, but not really be in reality themselves. When people are more conscious and they're more expanded, you do realize you can go as high as you want, but there's always going to be the next level, and there's going to be times when it's just something different is going to be needed, and it doesn't make you at a lower level. It's just that there's different uses. And then 10, 20 years later, you find out, like when I was growing up, everybody was like low fat, and now they're like, well, that was just the sugar industry saying fat was bad, and then they used it to get all the sugar in. So there's all sorts of things that start to play out, that you find out later on. And so you learn to stop jumping on and hardcore riding the bandwagon for every single last thing. And what they're doing with that, Shelley, for you is you need to have more belief in yourself, honey, because when you don't, sometimes you're getting in a lot more trouble and getting around people that, Shelley, you should probably stay away from. And instead of being upset about those things where you're short, as an example, instead of saying, like, I don't eat kale 24/7, that's probably good. Let's look at all the other healthy foods that you're eating instead. And some people are like, well, stop trying to justify it. That's just your ego. Is that true? Sometimes. But somebody trying to push over that reality is also their ego. And you don't need to sort of like lay down and be way too open and have people sort of take the sorry, excuse the expression, take the piss out of you, where they're sort of like weakening your energy, and you're going, like, your energy is, you're not as solid as I'd like you to be, Shelley, is basically the bottom line. You look sad, kind of melancholy, and your energy is so spread out because you don't have enough solidification in knowing who you are. And when you're all spread out like that, because you're not paying enough attention, and sort of like you want to be open, but there's healthy serving open, which is actually still can be more solid, as strange as that sounds, versus quote unquote open because you've let too many people sort of like railroad you, and you're weak and your energy's all spread out because you're not together enough. And when that happens, you end up being around people that you should stay away from. And those people aren't really going to be good for you. And the lesson is be in touch more with the things that you're doing well and write them out. And if you have a but on any of those things, that's okay. I do this, and this, but except for when I do this, okay. But what percentage of the time do you do that but, and then what percentage of the time you do the good thing? So if you do the good thing, 60% of the time, and 60% of the time you eat healthy, 40% you eat unhealthy, okay, but you're still eating healthy 60% of the time. And just because somebody comes in and goes, rah, 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 you don't need to absorb that, or to take away from the fact that, or to completely, destroy your self-esteem that you're only doing that 60% of the time, because they're also having a negative response, which isn't really beneficial. And if they're doing that a lot, like if they're doing that 70% of the time, then that's going to be really hard. And that's going to be a lot harder on everybody that they're in contact with, that they're doing it to, than you eating, pasta, going through a drive-through or whatever 40% of the time, or whatever it is you do. They're not saying you do that, I want to be clear, but I'm just using food as an example. So whatever it is, if you do have those buts, that's okay. Just focus and build on the things that you want to be doing. And if, say somebody was at, 60-40 with eating healthy and not eating unhealthy foods, great. Maybe there's other things that they're focusing on building out more in the current moment, and that's going to be beneficial to do. And that'll help to solidify your energy, that you're focusing on these things, you're getting more with them, and they're built, and you build them and you solidify. And when somebody comes in and is like, because you eat pizza, Shelley, or whatever it is, and I literally had this with somebody who was, smoking copious amounts of marijuana. But I was eating, I think, peanuts. I brought peanuts. And yeah, okay, pumpkin. So you can have somebody, her thought was, marijuana is good for you, peanuts are bad for you. Okay, pumpkin. So you can get that, everybody's got their own opinions on things. But you don't need to, when they're going in and they're going over, and it's peanuts, it's like, I think you could deal with peanuts, unless they're allergic, of course, but there are people who are very allergic to peanuts who aren't going. So, saying no to those people, building yourself up for the things that are going to be serving, will help you to actually, hopefully, stay away from people that are the ones that you want to stay away from. And because they're saying that's definitely a problem, is that sometimes when you're in a space when you're like sadder and things are harder, you are really getting around people that are really going to be people that you might want to look at staying away from. And yeah, that's the reading. So if you have any other questions, more than happy to help. You can write in again. So let's see here. Oh, yeah, Sandra in South Africa. Let's do that one. Sandra in South Africa. So general, whatever spirit comes up with. One moment. Okay, so Sandra, first off, I like the energy. So here's Sandra. She's going out. She's happy. She's trying to make things better for people and connecting and all those sorts of things. And then it gets kind of wearing because not everybody's going to respond positively. So here's the thing, Sandra. That's normal. It happens. And I understand it's hard when you are doing wonderfully and you're great and you're happy and people are not responding the way that you want them to. Here's the thing. when you're going out in the world, and I'll use dating sites as an example because I see this a lot, where people are like, dating is so hard because you go out and oh, you just keep meeting person after person you're just not a match for. Oh, so it's the same thing with dating, and it's the same thing when you're just going out and you're being nice to people. Sometimes they're just not your people. And and you have to keep saying no and keep searching for the ones that are going to be able to respond to that. And and so what they're really saying is, Sandra, honey, lovely energy, you're doing great. And while I understand, and they're showing like that sort of like, oh, this is not fun, they're asking you to just keep it in your heart and just to keep going because you're doing something beautiful. And that does not mean carrying people that do not want to participate, are never going to be willing to participate, are resistant against participating. But what it means is that there are things like it takes people like 7 times, I think it is, for hanging out, or seeing you around before they're willing to move to the next level of like, oh, sure, yeah, absolutely. Well, let's, you seem like fun. Let's go for a coffee sometime, or let's go for a bike ride, or a supper, whatever it is. It takes about 7 times. So, and when you're meeting people for the first time, there's a difference between they don't know how to respond initially, because not everybody knows what to do with somebody who's very happy and kind and friendly and warm. Even if you are that type of person, sometimes when you're the one who's doing that most of the time, and then somebody comes up and they do it to you, it can be a little bit discombobulating because you're not used to it, so you don't know what to do with it. And that happens. So sometimes people just need to get to know your energy, know what to do with it. Some people, they're so not used to it. They like you, but they're not, but maybe you can't tell because they just don't know what to do with it, and they're more used to being in support position. And so when you see people that are being very nice, go and approach those people. And if it doesn't work, again, you're putting it out there, you're trying to make it happen, and that's always going to be the beautiful thing. And with that, if you do see people that are having a very negative reaction to it, then you just don't try those people again. If you find people that they're responding, but they're not instantaneously ready to be friends, that would make sense, right? Because everybody takes time. So you just say hi to them, or you talk to them a little bit, and then you walk off, and you're respecting boundaries. And especially for people who are shyer, or they're a little bit more emotionally reserved, they take time to open up. So if there's too much in the beginning, even though you're being very nice, I want to be clear about that, because they're showing you're a lovely lady, Sandra, seriously. So if you're going up and you're just having something where they're talking to you, especially if they start sort of checking you out after, then that's a good place to start putting your energy, or to ask them. But when you get the people that are really having a negative experience of that, just don't try them again, because in that way that helps to preserve your heart. But just try new people, and sometimes you get familiar with people and you see them around and you just keep talking to them because, they seem cool. It's going fine. You're not ready to maybe say, hey, do you want to go for a coffee or something, but it's still going okay. And that will hopefully get things going a little bit more. What they are saying for you is that you are a very rare light. And this is the first time that they've ever told me to say this to anybody on air, Sandra. Like, this is really cool. And I've had some really rare people, but this is the first time they've like, oh, I'll tell her this. And for my rare people, you know who you are. But Sandra, what they're saying is like, you're a rare, very beautiful soul. And so what they're just saying is, keep your heart open, and eventually, your tribe will come. It's also important to understand that sometimes, when you are very open and very lovely, sometimes you just got to leave people the room to come to you, because sometimes, and they're saying for you, they definitely want you to approach people. So it's not, be a passive thing and let everybody come to you. But sometimes, no, actually they're saying that you're doing it just fine. So never mind. There you go. But yeah, they're just saying you're a very rare soul. You're very lovely, and just to keep your chin up because you're doing beautiful work, honey. And they're really, really clear about that. So please write back in again. I would love to hear from you. Thank you so much. That was Sandra in South Africa. Let's see, we have, let's see, May in New Zealand. One moment. Oh, hold on. Nope, can't do that one. Sorry, there's energies that are floating around me. Unfortunately, sometimes I have to tell people to go and talk to somebody who does energy clearing. Then after that, always happy to hear from you guys again. But I need you to go get the energy clearing first, especially right now. Things are crazy up there. Let's see here. So yeah, feel free to write in again. We have Brendan Kinetic. Oh, nope. Well, we've got a lot of, sorry, we've got a lot of energetic interference. I'm sorry, those were the only ones that I can do. For everybody else who's in there, please, I know it sounds like I can understand it. It's not the most fun thing to hear. More than happy to do a reading for you at some point in the future. I just need the energy cleared up because otherwise it infects me and then I've got to sit there and try to pull it out. And then always happy to hear back from you guys again. So let's see here. Oh, we got Shania, nice, in New York. Would like a general message from Spirit. One moment here, Shania, New York. Well, you like to know where the goods are. Okay, that's really important. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, that one I can't do. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm sorry. I will try again, Shania. I will actually keep that in the mailbox, but right now I can't do it because your energy is more focused on other things as opposed to doing the reading. So I can't actually get the answers right now, but I will try again at another point in time. So please keep listening to the show. And Andrew in the UK would like a reading to see if he's close to manifesting his soulmate. And one moment. Yeah, this year, Andrew. Oh, hold on. Yes, this year. That's it. Dark-haired, shorter than you, got some curves, so not a little skinny mini. Got some curves and dark curly hair. So good luck. Yay, I love it when they turn out easy like that and they're good news. I love it, love it. Let's see here. Weird. Okay, for everybody else who's on that general message from Spirit one, I'm going to keep you in the list and I will try at a future point in time because all the general message from Spirit ones for some reason are just going absolutely bonkers. The ones that are there's an actual specific question that they want answered. Those ones are going fine. So if you wrote in for general message from Spirit, I will get to them at a future point. Hopefully I just can't do it today. So for anybody that I said, I can't do it, I need the energy clearing first. I may be able to read that in the future, just not today because they're all going bonkers. So let's see here. We have Shelley, and so that helps to have things, a specific question if you want answered. Today at least is more helpful. You can also ask too if you really need to. Shelley in Ontario would like a reading about her intuition. Is it guiding her truthfully? That's a good one, Shelley. And how could she increase her intuition? So one moment, Shelley in Ontario. Okay, so Shelley, I mean, the hard thing about intuition is sometimes it's back story, it's past experiences, and sometimes it's actually your intuition. And your intuition, what it is that you do know, does actually kind of help you to pick up things in the environment. So they can definitely cross over, and that can obviously be very confusing. Is it guiding her truthfully? So, Shelley, what I'm seeing is there's a lot of energy on it that I'm going to take a wild guess and say, no, it is not guiding you truthfully, just because I see the amount of, I'm going to say if it's intuition, it looks like a picture, and what you're calling intuition has got a bunch of scribbles all over it, and then somebody spilt a coffee over it, and then decided to iron it in and is calling it intuition. That is by no means accurate. I want to be clear. I'm just trying to think of how to describe it, and I don't want to say what they're actually showing it to be look like, but it's definitely no, it is not. So intuition, part of the intuition that we build is when we know something is true, we allow it to sit there. And sometimes that's not always fun to hear. Another way that we increase intuition is, radical honesty. So some people think that they're being honest because somebody does something. They don't even know if they like it or not, but they twist it around and then make the other person wrong because they're used to playing the victim as an example or feeling like a victim. And then they're saying, well, they're just following their intuition. That's not the intuition by any means. So, and that's not the truth. But some people will be like, well, she told that so-and-so off because, that so-and-so deserved it. They're just telling the truth. That's not the truth. If it's the truth, you don't have to twist it around to make it so to then be upset about it. So whatever the truth is would have been whatever's more accurate before the twist around happened. So anything that, twisting around to try to justify and then listening to obviously is not going to be intuition, obviously. So intuition, part of it is listening, but also listening for truth. And so you're being open, and sometimes you're not going to like certain things, but the bright side of that is when certain things come in a certain way, even if you don't like it, like sometimes you see somebody and they're really cute and I do, and you do a reading or something and it's like, oh, fudge, not a good match. And that's not always fun, but if you've ever done that and then gone on a few dates with them anyways and went, fudge, really shouldn't have done that, oh, can't believe I did that again, you learn very quickly. Yeah, you probably want to learn whenever you get that. Now, doesn't mean you always listen. It's a lot harder to do in every single moment. And then I'm certainly making it sound like, but the more that you listen to it, the easier it does get. And sometimes you fall into it anyways, and sometimes it goes better than you thought. And so that can happen anyways. Now with that, do I suggest you bypass it? No, but sometimes you end up in it anyways, even when you've been listening, 70-80% of the time, and you're not listening to the once, and then you get into it. And sometimes you also have moments where you're not listening to it, and then it's like, really? Okay, here we go, pumpkin. And you're like, ugh, why? And that happens. And it's not always like, this big, horrible thing. It's just, oh, fudge. Now you got some, creep dry hump in your leg or something. There's like, oh, I was just trying to be polite. Why do I feel like I just need to keep being polite? I don't need to do that. Oh, as an example, I've got no problem walking off now, but, as an example, so intuition is more, you're listening to those things like when your red flags are raising their flags with somebody, you listen to it, right? And it doesn't mean you need to be rude, but it doesn't mean you need to shut it off to get along with somebody either. So you can still keep it open and have a conversation with somebody, which is very hard. But you don't shut it down to adjust the things. You keep the flag up, and for whatever degree that it is up, you're like, okay, cool. Well, you know what? Have a great day. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go talk to somebody else. And then that's what you do, right? So it's, you also gain your intuition going better by following your intuition. So when you have that, a great way to start it actually to really get the flow is that when you're walking through your house, whenever you're like, oh, need to pick that up. And if you walk by it, the energy will dissipate. But a lot of people know this. If you follow along and you're like, oh, wait, this needs to get picked up, that needs to be picked up. If you follow it and you do it, every single time it comes up, it picks up, it picks up, it picks up, and it goes in the flow. And you're in, I don't know if that's what they mean by the zone, but it's really beautiful. And all these things start picking up and singing. And you can really, and it can be hard because sometimes, especially if you have kids and they're still little and the house is a mess, they can have you going for hours and hours and hours. And as soon as you're like, no, I just need to sit on the couch now and take a break, they can shut it off. Don't make it go away. So it's really important to keep following it. To do that, to be in that, because I really like it when you are, when your spirit guides are trying to talk to you, they really like it when you listen. And a lot of people don't. So when you do, they really like it. So you can really start getting a lot of downloaded messages. And that's another way to do it too. That's not the same thing as being able to read, but it is a way of increasing your intuition just in a different way. And you can get a lot of things that really come out and pop up, and that's a lot more work than it's going to sound like, Shelley, like a lot more work right in the beginning. And those are some of the ways that we start doing it, and then after that it becomes subtler and subtler. And I want to be clear, like when people say they follow their intuition 100% of the time, that's a lot more challenging to do. And I know some people will tell you that, and they're not being truthful with it. I really want to be clear about it. Some are, and I believe them when they're saying that they're doing it. I'm just saying it's a lot harder than you think. And it's a lot more work than people think. So, if you're having, and people are making it sound like it's this easy process and they do it all the time and they always know what to do, there is a really good chance that they're just telling you that. Maybe they honestly just don't understand. Maybe it's, they're just trying to prop themselves up to look more enlightened than they are. But it's a lot of work, and that's what people don't tell you. So if they're making it sound like it's easy breezy and they do it all the time, either they don't understand, or they're flat out lying. It's not always easy. So good luck with that. But it is fun to do. I really want to be clear, and it makes things a lot easier. So good luck with that. And we have Felicity in New Zealand. Do I see things shifting for her soon around money? Things have been very challenging in recent months. Oh, Felicity. Okay, one moment. Okay, Felicity in New Zealand. Okay, one moment. Okay, Felicity, I'm sorry, I can't answer that because some of the dynamics around it, I can't do that. So sorry. Yeah. Good luck though. And let's see, we have Sherry in Boston. Her husband is of different opinions than she is regarding politics and current world events. That's not fun. That's not fun. Is it ever going to be possible to come together as we used to? Okay, one moment, Sherry in Boston. Well, Sherry, bright side, it doesn't really seem like it's a problem for your husband. He loves you. The guy loves you. And I mean, they're not showing me like what side is which, but Sherry, honey, he looks like he's a good guy. He really does. So what it looks like is that, it seems like you're more upset about it than he is. Good news about that. That means he's willing to work with you. It looks, well, I'm going to assume so, because they're just showing he loves you, Sherry. And if you're willing to come together, it's like he's got no problem doing that. He really doesn't. It just seems more like you're upset about it. And, sometimes people, they have a hard time accepting that they're allowed to love somebody with different opinions, even if they think those different opinions are really, really huge. So, Sherry, when we hear things about, have love in your heart or love people in spite of their differences, this would be a good example. And sometimes, you know what, the love is there. You got a good marriage, Sherry, from I'm going to say because of how, because I'm not going to go into all of it for the reading, but just in terms of how much you two love each other, you look like you got a good solid marriage. Not a reading on the marriage itself, but just because they're showing that, I'm going to take a wild guess and assume. I'd hate to see you guys, I'd really hate to see you guys sort of cause problems. Or you, Sherry, cause problems to yourself because maybe you don't feel like you have permission to be able to love your husband as much as you do just because he's got a different point of view. You can completely and absolutely love him. And sweetheart, that's part of the practice that a lot of people have a really hard time, trying to do, is to say, I love you, even when there's those differences, and you got somebody who's willing to do that with you. I mean, Sherry, sweetie, that's gold. And they're not showing where it's coming from, but don't let other people interfere with that. Do not let other people interfere with how wonderful of a marriage you have, how much this man loves you. Don't let anything interfere with that at all. And, if he's, they're not showing like all the other things that he's doing. I don't know if he's going out and acting like a whatever. I don't know. They're not showing that. They're just showing this guy who's just got so much love in his heart. And that is part of the spiritual practice, is just to be able to have that love with each other. And, regarding like what things are going, happening, if there's sometimes even in the opposites, and again, I don't know what they are, so we're going to assume it's all healthy and it's all positive and beneficial. Sometimes even the opposite side has points that are really good, even if they don't see everything, or even if we don't understand that that's where they're coming from, or that we don't want to understand because it's different and we think that the other side is all bad. But we don't understand that this person who's in the midst of it, who loves you very much, actually has some valid points. And I'm not saying he does because I don't know. They're not showing me what his political views are or what your political views are. But what I am saying, though, is that sometimes people do, right? And so, sweetie, seriously, put your marriage back together and just love the man. And he loves you. And that's got so many healing powers. And that's got an ability to make people listen more. And that's got that can have a profound effect on helping other people to resolve their differences and on all those sorts of things. Like this is, there's so many teachings about this, about having love in your heart anyways. And you got it. Like you have it. So just live that, sweetie. And, if there's other things, then when you're that much in love and you're caring for each other, maybe if he has valid points about some things, then maybe, you come together on those things. And if there's valid points and, maybe he can come into some of the things for you as well. And again, this is not trying to change each other. Just to be very clear. But you know what? Sometimes when we love each other and it's a safe space to open, then it becomes a lot easier for people to look at different things, that are healthier and serving and beneficial and responsible, right? We're always putting that emphasis on that. But yeah, you've got a good marriage, sweetie. Just keep that together, especially now. Show people how it's done. Thank you for writing in and good luck. And we have Heather in Illinois, and this is going to be the last one because we're at the top of the hour. She's feeling the ever-increasing tension in her, specifically in areas of her body, in her area. So I'm assuming her environment, and she's concerned about manifesting illness. She wants to feel better and avoid illness. What can she do? Okay, so good. This was a good one, Heather. So Heather's, so well known for, just the numerologically speaking, so well known for trying to take care of other people, for wanting to do good for other people, for wanting to do good by other people. Heathers have got it going on in terms of, I care. And I have known Heather who ended up making herself really, really sick. And yep, that can be a real thing. So here's the thing. Although I know another one, she married a neurosurgeon, or at least they were a couple, like a long-term couple. So there's that aspect as well, which is really cool. overcarry people emotionally. Marry a neurosurgeon. Got it. Or he was a rocket scientist. He might have been a rocket scientist. That would have been cool if he's a neurosurgeon too, though. Or instead. So feeling the ever-increasing tension. So one of the things that can be challenging for anybody who feels a lot and takes a lot in is understanding what people are going through does not mean that you need to take it inside your body. This is really important. And, sometimes you can feel your heart go out to somebody, but that's not the same thing as absorbing it. So, for example, if somebody was feeling very sick and they were drinking Ensure, so for anybody around the world who's listening, it's this, they basically take, I think it's milk, and they put corn syrup in it to really up the calorie intake, and they use that to give to people who have trouble eating. So somebody can have a really hard time eating. They may have been recommended to take one of those, meal replacement drinks or whatever. But just because they're sick does not mean you need to drink this corn syrup milk concoction. It's not good for you. You don't need to do it. And sometimes when people get so concerned about other people, they think that part of the way that you show sympathy is to do things or take it in your body to the exact same degree that other people are doing it. But when people are very out of balance, when they're lashing out, there's all that rage and they're getting hurt, et cetera, there are some places where people are getting hurt that obviously we have compassion for, and obviously it's good to help in some areas. But it's important to understand that you don't want to do this for everybody, because in a lot of cases where people are really having a hard time is because they don't have certain skill sets in place yet. And especially if they're lashing out a lot and you don't know that, you're taking that into your body to sympathize with them, not realizing you're maybe doing it with the person that's causing a lot of problems to other people, but you think you're supposed to ignore that. And then you're taking it into your body. So you're actually taking it into your body because somebody's way out of balance, and sometimes on purpose to get at other people. So you make yourself sick because somebody else is determined to try to cause other people problems. And you don't want to reward that. You certainly don't want to embrace that within your own body. Because talk about the ultimate kind of reward. They get to make everybody else sick because they're not being responsible. And some of the people that have that behavioral pattern will demand that you take it into your body. And so if you've been trained to do that and you don't realize that has happened, then you get people who have the habit of taking it too much into their body because they think they're supposed to, and they interpret that as being care, not understanding that they were groomed by a parent in some cases. I'm not saying this is about you. I'm in teaching mode. I didn't read it specifically for you, but I'll do a reading for you as well. But just in pure teaching terms, some people have a parent who really, ground into them because the parent had mental health issues. And if you're a kid and you didn't know that's what's happening to you, and then that's your view of love, it's a distorted sense of love, which really makes you sick and could cause you a lot of problems. And it can actually reward the person who's doing that, so they'll actually keep doing it because they get a payoff. Whereas if you're saying no to doing that, they may not like it, but the pain and suffering that they think they're going through, which is basically they're being told no, they don't like it, they go into turmoil. Sometimes they'll have so much pain and suffering, then they'll finally go get the help that they need. So sometimes saying no actually is the best thing that you can do for somebody, because that is the thing that will help them stop being destructive, and it will help, and it will sort of it can feel like they may feel like, and some people may describe it, it's not forcing, but some people describe it as it'll force them to go get help. And it's not a forcing, it's just they're finally coming in up against, this is what the karma of that is. If you don't get help, you're going to suffer. And that's when they're finally willing, so desperate that they'll go in and they'll finally learn. So there's that aspect of it. In terms of, and there are people with nervous system issues who feel better because they need to come in and they need to hit your system so that you tank yourself, because that's what their comfort level is. And it does seem, as a reading, this does seem like that's what's going on, is that there's somebody coming in and they're hitting you with your anger, and you're having this response where your system starts to shake and go out of whack. And now you've just rewarded them because that's specifically what they've tried to do. And I'm seeing this very angry man, very hostile, very vicious, doing that. And then your body goes, wobble, wobble, wobble. And then, yes, I'm seeing it like go in your stomach as an example. And then I see you feeling sick. So here's the thing with this. You are rewarding that person. As I've just said, you're rewarding that person to do that. And if somebody did not have guilt around this, if they did not have systems that say that they needed to do this, if somebody came up to them and do that, and they could tell that somebody was trying to grind into them, they'd probably just walk away and say, no, they're not doing that, because they know that and understand that's a form of attack. Now, some people do this because they can't deal with it, that you're doing higher vibrationally, and they need to pull you down to their level in order for them to feel comfortable. They've shown this time and time again. This is a real thing that happens. And that is one of the reasons why some people will deliberately go into attack. I want to be clear, though, you are definitely being attacked, as in you are definitely having it being done to you because somebody else is trying to get at you. So this is not just, this is not a random thing where they can't help it. They're very upset. I remember one lady, her baby was crying, and the baby seemed inconsolable, and the mother looked, she was trying to handle certain things. So I offered to take the baby, and the baby was crying and crying and crying. And so I took her into the next room, and I bumped her, and it was like, hi, and it's like, my name's Elle. And I saw you crying, and I thought, you know what? You seem like a really nice baby, so I'm going to come help. And I'm going to help because I think you're a really nice baby. And I was bouncing her, and I was patting her back, and I was, stroking her back, and I was talking very kindly to her, and I was rocking her in the whole 9 yards, because she was obviously, very tired. It was obviously a very loud place. The whole 9 yards. I told the mother where I was, so the mother would know where to find me. And so I took the baby into the next room, and I calmed the baby down, and the baby was able to go to sleep. And I could feel the shift in the baby because the baby was so upset. And when it finally, she went from like screaming to the last sort of like they're still crying, but the last sort of like upsets and stuff like that. I felt the shift, and I felt the baby's energy, like all that frazzle jump into my system. Oh, and I wanted to help the baby, but that was the first time that I, so coherently felt a jump of that frazzle energy, and now I was left frazzled. But the baby was fine, sleeping in my arms, having a great time. And after she woke up, she looked at me, she's like, big smile. And she's pointing at me and everything else. So there are times like when people do those sorts of things, not on purpose, but there can be energy transfer. Some people have talked about, one of my teachers, he was really good, and he would talk about how there are entities that jump from person to person, so you do need to be careful about who you're being around. Now, this was a baby. There could have been something on her. You never know. But there are entities that can jump from person to person. Sometimes people don't know that's what's happening. Sometimes you can tell, and you just need to stay away. And sometimes, people release their frazzle, and unfortunately you may get it. But sometimes, so it can happen innocently. She was a baby, or she's not going like, I'm gonna try to get that lady. She was like, because she was really, and I mean, she wasn't just a baby. She was really young. Like she wasn't walking yet. I think she's like 5 or 6 months old, maybe 6, 7 months old. But like, big enough for me to put, or small enough for me to, put in my arms and rock to sleep. And you know that happens. So sometimes it can happen. Sometimes people deliberately try to do it again, which is what I saw, and we don't want to reward that behavior. And sometimes people have always been out of control, and they've hyped that up. They haven't gotten the proper training for it. And now when you're around them, their nervous systems are so out of whack that you're going to be feeling that, especially when they're trying to get to you. And even if they're not trying to get to you, you may have a reaction that's not the best, but especially when they are trying to get to you. Even now, and again, I understand some people are upset, but part of the reason people are getting upset is also because other people are getting really upset. And if you're buying into it, especially if you think you need to be upset to to show compassion for other people being upset, which some people do, you can look up fawn response. And that's common when people have had a lot of trauma. People will overdo compassion in ways that's not needed, and it goes more towards enabling or over carrying. Whereas somebody who doesn't have that issue, you can care about somebody, you can want them, you can want to help them, but you don't take it on yourself. And by that, I mean you don't pull it into your body. You keep it outside of yourself. And outside of your body does not mean you don't feel certain things, but there's a difference between feeling something versus letting it overtake your system. So there's a difference between you're running your hand under cold, you're testing the water to see if it's cold enough. You got the filter on, it's like, oh, the water feels cold, it's been well enough. Sure, I'm going to put my glass underneath it. Excuse me. And I've never done this with my filter, so I don't know if it runs warm in the beginning, but let's say it did. Excuse me. There's a difference between that and then having compassion for somebody, like it's not that, oh, it's kind of cold. Did you want some ice? Maybe it would make them a little bit happier. You can do that. You could test it. There's a huge difference between that and still having compassion that is an active compassion versus taking the hose and hosing yourself down completely and absolutely and calling that compassion for somebody else. That's not compassion, Heather. That's like way overdoing it and way overtaking it. And it's the same thing with taking it into your body. So when you can notice that, it may take a little bit of practice, but there's different levels to it. And having compassion, and again, in moments, there's sometimes when people or feel like they're supposed to be more compassionate than they're actually feeling, they'll sometimes try to make it seem like they're more compassionate by overdoing it. And that doesn't make them more compassionate. It just means they're overdoing it. So if a woman is causing you problems and she gets fired, you don't want to interfere with that because she may be causing problems for other people at work and she got fired for a good reason. So you let the firing happen. Having compassion doesn't mean that you have to interfere with that, but somebody's overtaking that too much would do that or may do that. And so if there's other reasons why you don't have compassion, sometimes knowing what the appropriate levels of compassion are actually helps us to have compassion in our hearts without overtaking it in other moments because you think you're supposed to be doing it. And those are, I'd really suggest you go listen to this again and write down the notes for this because you're getting hit, and you're getting hit by somebody that if somebody didn't have this problem, they would go, nope, not hanging out with that guy, or nope, not talking to that one. And they would just go do something else because they just know it's like so incredibly inappropriate. If that's not clear for you, then you get in those situations where it's getting hit because you can still have, what's going on in the world is going on in the world. It's not, I don't know who's escaping it or is not being affected by it, but we're really feeling it here in North America. So in North America, it's out there. But there are some people that are still having, wonderful lives, or lives that are a lot better than some other people simply because they don't have the history of jacking things up, overreacting, trying to screw other people over, and then ending up with people who are also trying to do it to them. they're just not having it. They're saying goodbye to that. And that's, and if you're outside of that enough, you don't do that. Why? Because it's going to make things a lot worse. And it's also a lot of how things progress. And then because there is, people catch things from other people. Like, it's really interesting energetically, and people get influenced. And some people, even if they know better, but they don't want to get kicked out of the group, they're going to do that. So some people are keeping going with all this anger and hatred and nonsense instead of finding solutions, and then being in a different space so that the government has no choice but to back down. They're choosing instead to indulge in the hatred, and that's part of what keeps it going. So if you're hanging out with groups that are more capable and are saying no to over-exaggeration, it doesn't mean that there aren't very real concerns that need to be taken care of. It's just people are focusing on those things, and even if there is hardship, they're not over-exaggerating it. And that's an important distinction to make. And so you can still have compassion, but compassion doesn't take away from the fact that some people are very overreacting. Compassion, doesn't mean that you need to hang out with people that are really overreacting or trying to cause you a lot of problems or causing themselves a lot of problems, et cetera, et cetera. It just means I understand that that's what they're doing, but compassion also includes, I'm going to create the safe space in my life. I'm going to do this, and other people who are ready to join me or who are closer to joining, may be given chances here or there, or given the tools, or they have certain amounts of access here and there, and they can create that in their own life if they want, or they'll make the changes, and then maybe it's acceptable, and they get into a group where those things are also more acceptable, that they're home. Because bad things can only really happen to a very large degree if people are letting them. But part of how people let them happen is you go into craziness as opposed to solution mode. And going into craziness does not mean you don't put your foot down where you need to. You definitely do that. It's not about letting horrible things run wild, which is unfortunately happening for some people. It's that you clean those things up, and as we clean those things up, and that creates its own kind of pressure, especially from that perspective. Then when people start putting their foot down about unhealthy things, that's going to carry a lot more weight. And that's how we want to do it. And taking it in your own body doesn't do any of that. It just rewards the bad behavior. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here for this hour. Again, my name is Elmaya Hoshiam Tara. You can find me here at newsforthesoul.com. That is newsforthesoul.com. You can find me here every single Thursday, again, at my new time, 4 p.m. every single Thursday. And you can also go to my website. That's www.enlightenmentinthecity.com. That's enlightenmentinthecity.com. And why would you want to come for coaching? Because it's a lot easier when you know what you're doing. Seriously. I mean, there are so many people that are having, they have concerns. I really want to be clear, but they're definitely having an easier time right now. And some people are preparing, and they know this is a time that can, they can really prepare, even though there's some very scary things that, are being put out there. They know that they can create the things that are going to be more beneficial, and that's what they're doing. So if you'd like to, be able to up your own skill sets and provide yourself safety emotionally and physically within that, then, give me a call and let's set something up and go from there. So thank you so much, everybody, for writing in and listening. And I will be back next week, 4 p.m. PST. And it's also important to understand, a lot of this stuff is just an illusion. A lot of people, just like you, they want safety. This is really important to understand. A lot of people want safety. A lot of people want all of this to be settled. So when you think that other people are just, saying no, and they're going for war, that tends to be part of the mass illusion. Be very careful with that. And you know what? Let's create safety everywhere. Okay, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
mystery. Jazz hands ready. I know, that's fucking annoying as hell, actually. Thought I was all set. I did. Not all set. Alright, what do we need to do to be all set? Alright. We started that. I just rock it. That's what I mean. Okay, so. As soon as we see them there, we'll just jump in. Wait, what? Where'd it go? The call was last night. And it was set the day before. It's still a 2-day turnaround. I'm telling you. Where the hell did this thing go? Right there. This doesn't make sense. Oops. Maybe just moved. No. Oh wait, did it just move? Might have just moved. He says things weird. Thanks, Marvin. Oh, good and no major rush things, answers, etc. We'll be putting up your broadcast profile shortly. Okay. Oops. One. Messed up. I'm not missing anything. Oh. What the hell? Why is my Zoom acting so weird?
We all love to hear the good news, so we all should rush to hear the good news. But we tell us to find the good news. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. NSTS, NSTS, news for the soul at the very best. Yeah man, just like that to www. News for the soul.com. You hear me? We are a life-changing talk radio. We give you good news to keep you on the go. And you can also share the good news you know. And that's the way we keep in the flow. We only focus on the positive things, yeah. We only focus on the positive.
Hear all of our previously aired broadcasts of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
Okay, sorry, we're a couple minutes late getting started because I had to go run around locating my jazz hands.
Can't show up without those.
That's right, exactly my point. The Digital Dojo, it's time. They're here. Dana and Colleen, welcome back. What's going on?
Thank you. We were just jamming out to the theme song, which we both love. So we were blissed out on the NFTS News for the Soul theme song. So we're good and raring to go. Happy to be here.
Good and raring to go. And elevator speeching, very short version. We are here to get you unstuck, no matter what it is that you are feeling or would like to not feel, that you are doing or would like to not do. That is where we like to hang out because that is our happy place. So when also that I am a TCM practitioner, that will color my view of things. And also this isn't medical advice because I am a disembodied radio voice. So, ooh.
With jazz hands.
With jazz hands.
So we are continuing hot on the heels of last week on When the Kids Leave and You Disappear, the identity crisis nobody warns you about.
Yep.
So I think we just jump in.
Sounds good.
Well, I can tell you I had no jazz hands for probably years after that happened to me. So
I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's why it's great that we're talking about it again.
So how did you get through it, if I may ask?
I'm still getting through it. It's like a lifelong numero uno, soulmate relationship that walks out right, just like that. Just like that. And only a different version can return for visits. You know what I mean? It's like it's snap of the finger, it's gone forever and does not come back, period.
Yeah. And so, kind of can't realistically ever come back in the way that it left.
It would actually be weird if it did. So yeah,
totally.
You're locked into pain. Yeah.
Yeah. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
so. I mean, it gets degrees. Oh, for the love of God, the dog is barking at me. You never bark. Oh, I know why. I know why. He knows what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I was just gonna say exactly that.
And he's going, you have company right here.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Where was I? That distracted me. Degrees. Yeah. You just, for me, I don't think it'll ever totally go away. But, it gets a little easier each time over literal years, right? It's harder for me, though, I think, than a couple.
Yeah.
If there's two of you, you got each other. It's not, not quite the same thing. But when it's just you and your entire, like, I was pretty embedded into the, single mom conquering the planet thing,
Yeah, of course.
and had a lot of identity invested there.
Absolutely.
So I
Well,
probably went through more extreme. Plus, my kids were the only family I've ever seen. Or, like, I've never seen a living relative till I gave birth to one, right? So it probably, I'm probably extreme because of that, right?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well, and being a single parent that's looking after the family and also trying to create impact in the world on behalf of your desire to help the world and service the world, but also as a means of supporting your family, you gotta kind of have to be all in on that. There's no like, I'm gonna do that sort of halfway. I'm gonna sort of do that. Like you have to be all in, and that's where it becomes a really integrated and powerful part of your identity. So when that shift occurs, yeah, of course there's gonna be,
I should say we don't have to be all in on that. There's a lot of craptacular half-ass parents out there.
Oh, exactly. Well, that's a choice. Absolutely.
And I absolutely set my intention on being the best I could be, I mean,
Yeah, for sure. And that's, a commitment and a choice that parents have to make. And in the days when I was working around in and around the education system, the parents I loved the most were the parents who were always the most worried about being bad parents. Because the ones who were worried about being bad parents were usually like that was just a reflection of their commitment level, right? That they were thinking about the possibility that they might have be parenting their kids ineffectively or being a bad parent in some ways or shape or form. And it's the ones who never had those thoughts and never questioned themselves around that were the parents that were not meeting the standard in a lot of ways. So you're right, it absolutely is a choice, and I know, it's evident how much you invested in making that choice.
Yeah.
Although having said that, I have to share with you, the mainstream teachers didn't like me a whole lot because I was often taking them out of school and being really honest about it, which maybe I shouldn't have done. Because I was like taking them to meet Deepak Chopra or something, going, they're going to learn a lot more with me today than they are here, so we're all taken off. And they didn't like that too much.
I'm also thinking of all of the people that I know that we know who were basically single parenting, even though they weren't technically single parenting.
Yeah.
And not even because they were in a horrible relationship, but because that was the division of labor, or they were the most comfortable doing that, or the other person was, so focused on making the money and they were the one at home focused on the kids. And I just keep adding people to that list of how many married or partnered single parents we know. So do we jump in with a question or?
Yeah, we can get things rolling. Question. I think
your lead. I'm here as the example wounded parent.
I was gonna say, I think this is a great area for the three of us to really, we're gonna weave back and forth between the three of us as we, use the question as a catalyst, because we've got a certain kind of experience around supporting people with this, but we don't have the experience that you've got, Nicole. Right? Neither of us are parents. Neither of us have been single parents.
And I don't know if you guys were expecting me to have the answers how to get through it.
No.
And that's after many years. I got to tell you, many, many, many years, right?
Yeah.
And it's so gradual. Well, for me anyway, my process has been so gradual, the healing and coming into yourself, and like all the things they tell you. Oh, just go join a club or go in a walking, thing, or look at the freedom you have. Yeah, well, freedom, schmeedom. If all the people that matter are gone, right?
Yeah, the grief of that.
Yeah, so for me, it's just been so slow. Getting over it in quotation marks. So I don't come bearing answers. I come bearing experience. I'll chime in when it seems necessary.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
In so many ways, experience or questions are often more valuable than quote unquote answers, because none of us have those entirely. What we do have is our experience that we can share, and that we can, from our own each individual unique perspectives, learn and grow from. So that's why I'm
just glad you're talking about it, because not too many people have addressed this. It's stereotyped, it's packed away in a box and not dealt with. I was completely knocked off guard when it happened, when I went through it, and I just went, what? Why is no one talking about this?
Yeah.
This is beyond huge, right? And Jesus. Yeah.
And that's why we're eager and excited to, and I'm super glad that, and really appreciate the courage that you have to bring forward that topic and that question. Say, hey, Dad, can we hang out there for a bit and chat about that some more? Because we feel like that's something that we encounter all the time as well too, and are looking for resources outside of ourselves to help people with that. And we're like, I guess we're the resources, because there aren't that many of them otherwise.
I know.
And that's just by our awareness and choice. Not that we've got any handle on anything better than anybody else, but we're willing to really, really look at the topic and address it with the people that are, worthy of that kind of attention, for sure. And parents, anybody that chooses to be a parent and chooses to do their best to be a parent, has my vote right away. It's unbelievable job. That's an understatement in terms of its commitment level and difficulty level to actually do it with any kind of effectiveness. So,
and I've been working with a few people over the last little while who have lost somebody because somebody very dear to them has passed. And I've been working with a few women who are just hitting the empty nest phase, and we're going through the same processes. It's the same grieving process.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why I don't understand why it's minimized and trivialized and even joked about, the emptiness thing. Like, holy shit, this is real pain, people.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, when you go all the way back to something like Victorian England, as we do so often in this radio show, and the idea that was held over for so long that children were seen and not heard, it's because children were not considered people. So they were literally supposed to just be there because they weren't people yet. They were in training to become a person. So you weren't really supposed to interact with them. They were supposed to sit there like pretty little dressed dolls. And when they became an adult, that's when you developed the ability to interact with them as a person. And that holdover is, well, yeah, so what's the big deal? The kid's gone, but now you have an adult. That was what the aim was from the beginning. And of course it is. You want to get your kids through to being not only getting to adulthood, but being good adults. But that old holdover of, well, you're not supposed to interact with them anyway. They don't really matter until they're adults. That's still in the zeitgeist, even though it's not the reality.
God, I hope not. Jesus.
Completely far from the reality, for sure, in terms of result.
Yeah. So question 1. I'm wondering if the empty nest thing hits so hard because the mom role does double duty as a sense of safety. Like, if you're needed, you matter. Can you speak to that?
Yeah.
You matter.
Yeah, I'd say if you want me to proceed, the short form answer to that is yes, absolutely. Being needed definitely matters on a whole bunch of conscious and unconscious levels, because it's evident by literally the way that we are structured as living, breathing creatures, that we need to participate with one another to survive, right? If we're isolated or we're separated from people to participate with, for people to look out for us, for people to back us up, for us to back up under duress, survivability just goes way down the drain. So the idea that we're going to invest value and recognize the value of being needed. I couldn't agree with more. It's really, this topic is really powerful, I think, because it's such a great example of, the devastating effects of isolation and separation and disconnection. And one of my favorite authors, an African American woman, that spoke about the loss of her son. She lost her son. He passed away really, really early. He was in his mid or early 20s. And when she was questioned about it in an interview, with her new book coming out, people were like, "Oh, well, how are you going to, how's the loss of your son going to affect your writing? When do you think you'll get over it?" And her answer was incredible. Yeah, her answer was incredible because she said she was very composed and very, very grounded, and she just turned to the interview and said, "I'm never going to get over the loss of my son, and I don't want to." And I was like, wow. And then they had a really fulsome discussion about that, because
What a dumb question.
it was like a well-intended but very, very unaware, misplaced question, right? And I think that's where the interviewer was quite stunned and humbled by her response, because it was full of just dignity and pain and grace and awareness. And she said, "The reason I'm never going to get over my son," and she was like basically saying, like, "I'm going to fight getting over my son," because to say that I could get over a separation and disconnection and loss like that, she's like, would be completely disingenuous.
Yeah.
There was like, she was like, "No, there's no way I can genuinely say I'm over that." She said, "My son," as she was a single parent as well, she said, "My son was my world."
Yeah.
Even as she was struggling to become a writer and then got fame as a writer, and that sort of to facilitate the finances in their lives, and she actually could make a living writing. She said, "The only reason I did all that stuff was because of my son." And
yeah,
that kind of connection is going to produce an unfathomable kind of grief when that connection changes. And I think that in the scope of this question particularly, but in the scope of our conversation on this topic, what that points me to is the idea of reframing and re-honoring grief. Because when we position grief as something to get over, then we diminish its value. Whereas when we recognize it as, and this is what she spoke to in the interview, she was talking about how she's like, grief is going to be my greatest teacher and my greatest reminder of how much raising my son was my greatest teacher and my greatest reminder of what's most important.
Wow. Healthy perspective, first of all.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
An incredible perspective. And she got very detailed about, the depth. Alice Walker is the author.
Love her.
Yeah, she got very in depth about. She's like, and make no mistake, she's like, none of this has been, or I suspect is going to be, pretty or all sunshine and roses, right? But I'll throw it back to you in a second, call. But I was just going to say that what it brought to mind, and I'm remembering now more specifically what she said, was she said I had to start looking at grief as the concrete, real, tangible evidence of the depth of my love. And I was just like, wow, I was tears listening to her.
Yeah.
She was like, she said, because if I don't find something positive in this grief that I can, use as a new hallmark and a new metric to keep moving forward, she said, it's just going to completely consume me. She said, I will be wiped off the planet. I might as well just leave, because I will be a walking dead person. So
this is why I do not understand
Yeah.
At least in Western society, we have no
Predominantly.
ritual around grief. Like, what the hell? It's one of the biggest things. It's
Yeah.
associated with the very biggest things, life and death, endings and beginnings, and
It really is.
where do we go when we? I mean, it's the biggest thing. We've got nothing. Get over it. That's what we. That's our typical thing.
Yeah, in their kind of left-brainy, rational perspective that's predominant in the Western world, we think that we can outthink, outrun, and outlogic everything. So logic gets exalted in a way that just doesn't want to accept the reality and the ubiquity and the inevitability of death. I think we just deny it. And that's why we don't set anything up to really deal with it fulsomely or supportively. We just kind of go, yeah, well, that's, I think Westerners have, and being one myself, I can, I'm not condemning anyone, but I think we have a mentality in the Western world more so that, death is what happens to other people. Right? We're going to figure out a way to live forever. Of course we are. That's not going to happen to me. And that sets it up to be something that we entirely deny, which then leaves us bereft of anything to actually deal with it in a healthy and really fulsome manner.
Okay, so how much of this then is us being too westernized? Because if you look at Chinese medicine, if you look at First Peoples around the world, if you look at quantum physics, they're all talking about this idea that once two things are connected, they can never be disconnected. So the state may change, but the connection remains the same.
Yeah.
They have done these studies. I saw a great video where they took a bowl of yogurt, put a probe in it, scooped some out all in one camera shot, so you knew they weren't cheating, put it in a bowl with another probe in it, put it in a safe so it couldn't, I don't know, look at the other yogurt, I guess. And then they injected a syringe of sugar syrup in the first bowl of yogurt, and basically like an EEG for what was going on from the first bowl of yogurt got very excited with the sugar. And the second bowl of yogurt that was in a safe at the time got excited at the same way at the same time.
But there's a name for that. I talk to Greg Braden about that quite often. It could be any range of location.
Yeah, didn't matter.
Yeah. There's a name for that. And
quantum entanglement.
Oh, okay. That.
Yeah.
The thing you said.
Now, then you look at something like they have shown again and again that women who have given birth to a child, there are cells from that child in the woman's brain their entire life. So there's an extra layer of connection there. And again, once two people are connected, once two things are connected, they can never be disconnected. So if that is true, then absolutely grief is, I'm the last person to deny grief. I'm very good at it. Unfortunately, very good at it. But
it's actually kind of positive in some ways too. I know you're being very, very self-deprecating, but you are very good at grief, but that's a positive thing.
I appreciate that. And because I've been thinking about it a lot lately, is part of this where our Western worldview is forgetting that we remain connected.
Definitely.
So
piece of it.
Big time.
When you look at other cultures, and the first time I heard about some of these things, it really, you don't know what to do with them. There's one culture, parts of Tibet-ish, I believe, and I apologize, where after people pass, they are basically mummified, and then they are put somewhere, and they're brought out on feast days and celebrations. So there's the concept that they have gone somewhere isn't there. There's a different relationship, but there's no concept of loss in the same way.
There's some cultures in I don't know if it's the Middle East or Africa or somewhere, but yeah, they never put them away. They're always out. They're always like sitting at the table or lying on the bed having a nap, or for years. Oh, there's Bob.
Still with us. Yeah.
And so, and if we're doing the same thing with, okay, the children they've gone away to school, they've gotten married, they moved out, whatever it is, therefore I am now disconnected from them. If we play with that the same way, how much of that is because in our Western world, we've we've inherited this idea of, well, I need to be disconnected in a certain way, because if I'm not letting them live their lives. As opposed to almost every other country in the world where that sense of connection just remains. People live in the same houses or they stay in the same neighborhood. And one of the people who had emailed in had said, I'm curious about the intergenerational piece. My own mother fell apart when I left home, and I swore I wouldn't do the same. Now here I am doing exactly that. What gets passed down around this, and how do we stop the thread? So is there a piece here from, people who ended up in North America are here because they left people behind to get here, whether they did it willingly or not, whether you're talking slavery or people whose families scrimped and saved so that one person could come over. And even if they then brought immediate family members over, they're leaving friends, they're leaving extended family, they're leaving the place that they probably grew up in for, 8, 10, 50 generations. So how much of what we are feeling is because we are refusing to allow ourselves connection because it's something we're not familiar with?
Yeah, big time. And that's awesome. That reframing of these concepts also includes like the fundamental concept of connection. Because if we deny connection and just share this with everyone as a thing to contemplate if it's true or not, then we also lose the possibility of for continuity. And continuity is an awareness of connection and the expectation that connection will continue, connection will expand, connection will sustain itself. And when you think about, early human beings, I mean, it wasn't like Carl was just alluding to, like it wasn't unreasonable to, be born, live and die with the members of your immediate family and never leaving like a 5-mile square radius. Like you were, and that when we think about indigenous cultures, which, Carl and I in our childhoods both had the opportunity to grow up around and have had the great opportunity in our professional lives to work with indigenous cultures. That idea of, first peoples becomes like really alive. It's like, well, yeah, if you move away from the first people you were connected to and you distance yourself from them, it's very contrary to a lot of our evolutionary history and biology, right? Where like you literally were there with generations of your family together, connected, participating. That continuity was part of what made you thrive. You expected it, all within like the same geographical region, roughly speaking. So that where that First Peoples connection comes into my mind, and First Nations connection is the idea of like, not only are we connected to each other, we're connected to the land. We're part of the land, and that's part of our expectation of continuity. And then that, I think, puts you in a position to automatically and very easily look to the larger picture and through a First Nations lens of, the Great Spirit. It's like, well, there's all this connection and there's all this continuity and all this evidence of all this connection and its continuity's value. What connects all of that? Oh, Great Spirit. Awesome. Great. Right. So this sense of isolation and loneliness was a thing that people would kind of go, well, what do you mean? Like, look at all the connection you've got around you, and look at how we promote and support and lean into the strength of that. Like it's logical for us to stay in community and stay in the continuity of connection and to be connected to the land and be connected to the energy around us and everything that's alive we're part of and it's part of us. How do you feel lonely like that, right? And yet when we colonized and imperialized this land that we live on now and so many other parts of the world, the mentality was, well, no, this isn't all of ours. This is mine. And you've got something, I'm going to take it from you and I'm going to keep that for me. And that's where I think that idea of disconnection, separation, break the continuity, ownership, like it ran rampant through the Western world. And not that other cultures don't have those same kinds of dynamics. Human beings are human beings across the world, and across time and space. But the history of the momentum of where we've landed now in Western society, you start looking back and going, oh yeah, okay, well, no wonder I heard the statistic the other day, and I'm misquoting the numbers, but it was talking about the opioid crisis, the opioid epidemic, and how like 50,000 people a year, never mind they get damaged or have health problems, but die from opioid overdose. And if you look into the science and the neuroscience of addiction, what do those people all have in common? They have the feeling of not belonging anywhere. They have the feeling of being disconnected from everything. Right? It's so when you, Nicole, when you talk about like, well, I'm stunned that people don't talk about this empty nesting syndrome. I'm like, well, I am too. We are too, but in a way I'm not, because we don't talk about the pain and the devastation of disconnection and isolation really anyway. So in any form. So this is just another one that goes in the category of like, oh, well, you kids, get over it. Just get over it. You'll get over it, and just time will get you over it. It's like, how do we? Yeah, even as I say that out loud right now in present time, I'm like, how do we say that with a straight face?
Right.
Yeah.
But you're right. It is that. It's the same damn thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because at the heart of it is about the breaking of continuity and connection.
Okay, so vaguely devil's advocate, maybe not devil's advocate, maybe Sprite's advocate. If you look at disconnection, how much of this is disconnection from self then? Because another one of the questions that was emailed in said, you've talked before about agreements we make in childhood. Could some of this go all the way back to learning that love is conditional on being useful? I keep thinking about how many of us learned to earn our place rather than just have it. Yeah. So in that process, I mean, parents, but especially when we look at the people we know, mothers are the most useful people in the world. Oh my goodness. And I joke about why when you look at ferritin levels on blood tests, and the ferritin level numbers are from like approximately 30 to, depending on ferritin, are either in 200 or 300, depending on the numbers. And my joke is that the reason it's so large is because they talked to a bunch of men and said, oh, well, your number is 185. How are you for energy? And the men go, oh, no, I'm a little tired, I guess, but I'm not bad. I managed to do X, Y, and Z today. And then they talk to the moms and they say, oh, your ferritin level is 30. That's lower. How are you? Do you have enough energy? And the mom in their head goes, well, I've got to, because things have got to get done. So I guess I'm okay. So when women come in and they say, oh, I shouldn't be tired, my ferritin levels are normal, I'm like, can I see the numbers? Yeah, I don't think that's normal. Yeah. I think you're just used to powering through and being useful. And thank goodness, because that's why we have some amazing humans on the planet, because these very, very useful moms just helped create an environment for these new humans to become new good humans. And is there a disconnect then from the self, because we don't have that same, we don't have the it takes a village, we don't have that same thread where women are encouraged to keep in touch with who they are. And if they do, it's almost as a matter of survival. So is one of the things, like, I'm thinking about the women I know who have come in for treatment, and they're almost frozen in time from when their kids left. They aren't doing anything different. They want to make sure that when their kids come back, they're stepping into the past so that they will have that sense of nostalgia, I think, even if they don't say it out loud, and then they will want to come back. And yet I'm seeing other women who are coming in and they keep evolving, and they start doing new things, not to avoid the grief and not to minimize the loss, but to keep being interested in who they are themselves. And then when their kids come back, they go, oh yeah, well, why weren't you, you said I can't come by for dinner next week. Why is that? Oh, I'm going to Tibet. Oh, I'm starting a radio show. Oh, I'm an interesting human. We like interesting. And when we connect with ourselves that way, I don't think that's, here's the solution.
No, but you're on something though.
Yeah. I mean, it could well be the thing for many, right? I mean, for me, I didn't have the luxury of not being connected. I have my Shimmy for the Soul belly dance and News for the Soul radio, and I had to keep my butt going, and in spite of it all, but the pain had nothing to do with that for me, just because I was, so close to my kids. But in general, it could well be, a thing for many.
Yeah. This is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of.
And I didn't think that applied to you, actually.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah. I mean, for the contrary example, actually.
Yeah.
In many ways.
The exception that proves the rule.
As I was listening to what Call was saying, because, that's again part of where you had to be all in, right? It was like, well.
All in again.
Yeah. Right. And
although, again, I did, because it was a very serious topic, I did not laugh when you said, keep my butt moving, right after you said belly dancing.
Yes. Literally you had to keep your butt moving.
Good catch.
Which is awesome. So healthy. So I'm going to kind of go for it here right now and make a bold statement, which I don't think is bold to me, but being a bit tongue in cheek about. Yes. Well, I mean, it's quite evident to me in many ways that what we've been taught to do predominantly in the Western world is to dishonor motherhood. And that is such a profound mistake and a profound loss in many ways, because if we are, positing the possibility that connection is the thing that drives us here on this planet, in this realm, in this way as human beings, then motherhood as an archetype, motherhood as a function, motherhood as a, singularly phenomenal power in creating life and connection, you'd think that we'd look to it to get lessons from about connection and continuity, because physically and scientifically in the human experience, there's nothing more kind of immutably connected than a mother and a child.
Right.
Like physically, you're connected as mother and child. Emotionally, you're connected as mother and child. Neurologically, you're connected as mother and child.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just go on and list all the different ways in which that relationship is the most powerful and consistent example of the absolute necessity of connection than anything else we experience as human beings. And that's not to diminish fathers or to diminish men. It's nothing to do with that. And I say that very emphatically because that sometimes, unfortunately, that, well, what about us guys? We sort of get used to cloud the issue. We're not talking about men and a lack of value or anything to do with that. But to not acknowledge the example of connection that is exemplified through motherhood, I think is to our great detriment as the human race. Because it also sets up all the little, that's the big macro view, right? But it also sets up all the little, micro injuries that occur that I think relate directly to this idea that, so many times, and I'm curious to see what both of you have felt or heard about this idea, but I work a lot with families, I work a lot with couples. Kids are getting ready to go away to school, right? Or are moving to different cities for jobs or relationships, whatever's going on. It'll often be kind of moms feeling really, really nervous and anxious and emotional and upset about that transition. She's not holding it back, but she's like, oh man, I'm going to miss these kids. Dad is kind of diminishing it. And come on, don't talk about that topic. Mom will get emotional, and we don't want that to happen. And whether or not he has any emotional connection as a man in the Western world in particular, his model is taught to just suppress the emotion, suppress the feeling, and operate by logic. So he's basically saying, well, gosh, there's no reason for you to get emotional about this, right? And that right there, and I'm not even condemning anybody for that viewpoint. I think it's cultural, it's what we're taught, it's behavior patterns of what we watched and was modeled for us as we grow up. But right there is a place where, on the micro level, that dishonoring of motherhood is alive and actively damaging. Because we're basically telling mothers that the highest example of like tangible, real connectivity is irrational to be connected to. Like, what? Like, there's no life without that, like at all. None of us exist. But I think in the manner that we've exalted intellect in the Western world, and we've exalted science, and not all to terrible degree. Like, there's lots of things that we can do as a human race because we become good thinkers. But because that seems like it's easier to manage and it seems like it's more factually driven, all the emotional, intuitive, and relational power that we have as well as human beings has been really sidelined. And that, I think, again, lands directly in the in the conversation about the value of motherhood. So if we don't talk about that, well, of course we're not going to talk about mothers missing their children when they leave. Like, of course we're not going to talk about that in any real deep, meaningful way. We're going to go, oh, yeah, you'll get over it. Oh, yeah, keep yourself busy. Go to the canasta club and play pickleball, right? Like, those are the things that
play pickleball at the canasta club.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. It's full service club. It's got everything.
But it's true. It makes no sense. It's lunacy.
It really doesn't. Yeah, it really, really doesn't. We can't mask over. And that ties to even some of the practical remedies that we talk about for anybody facing any kind of depression, whether it's empty nest or, loss or grief of any other kind. It's like, oh, well, don't examine why you're feeling that way or honor that. Let's just give you a pill and, we'll give you some pharmaceuticals that will take care of all that. Right. It's not a place where, real human experience gets to thrive, unfortunately.
The other night, how you get on this random algorithm when you can't sleep at 4 a.m. and you're scrolling along on Facebook?
Oh, no, not at all.
Totally unrelatable. But I was on there the other night, and a bunch of All in the Family reruns, which is the time I grew up in. I had that kind of household to maneuver through in real time back then. It was insanity. And I was watching these old clips, thinking, the Edith Bunker, dimwits, and how we were portrayed.
Yes.
Back then. And holy hell, I just kept looking at it going, how are we alive? How did we get from there to here?
Yeah.
It was just terrible. It was painful. And, where does that come from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that shows a really great example. Was a brilliant example of, because they did two things really well. They didn't hide from showing those archetypes, right? They put those stereotypes, those archetypes, that more patriarchal dominance. They didn't shy away from it. But because they put it on such open display, they also were able to do a brilliant job at poking holes in it at times. Showing the irony of it, showing the ineffectiveness of it at times, like all those old beliefs, so for Archie Bunker to go from, talking about the coloreds to, basically finding out that he really could have a black man that was a good friend, that's why that show is so memorable and lasted through that time, because it just it showed those things really plainly, didn't apologize for showing them really plainly, and then it occasionally flipped them on their head, flipped all those things on their heads. And I hope that's, well, I know that's what we're all attempting to do. Even in a conversation like this, like we're trying to lay bare the issue and offer another alternative possibility for, the validity of the issue that's been so powerfully unattended to and dismissed.
Okay, how did we get into the solution of this in 9 minutes? I cannot believe this time.
I know. It's incredible. Well, I would offer really quickly that one of the solutions to the
brief aside, I was just texted and I just tried it on my phone. It says the live stream is paused.
Oh,
Hang on, putting dog down.
we're cooking up the lines too hot.
Yeah, I got the energy going.
Thanks
I
for
don't know
doing that,
why that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I probably just a footnote for anyone who is listening. It usually is just a refresh on your end, but I'm going to actually stop.
Right. Yes, I always forget that part.
Yeah, I tried it on my phone, so it wasn't a refresh, it was new, which is why I thought it might actually be paused.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do it anyway. We'll redo it. Just give me 1 second. It's asking me to log in 3 times. That's always a good sign. Energy. You know, we had a glitch yesterday, and it was funny because I knew as soon as I sent this message that I shouldn't have said it, but I said, isn't this fun being glitch free for so long? And as soon as I sent it, I thought, oh my God, I've jinxed myself. Sure enough, I get an email during her show, right? Just all hell breaking loose. Anyway, it should be on and refreshed and working.
Amazing. Thank you.
Good catch. Well done, Gene.
Thank you. And now with 7 minutes, we will get into how do we actually address this.
And it's hilarious that we're talking about the reliance on intellect and technology, and then yet all the sophisticated technology that allows all this awesome stuff can still have glitches, right? It's a reminder to humble ourselves around just how cool we are that we can make conversations across the planet easy. But I was going to say, just really in a short form sense, that I think what we're doing here together in participation and connection with each other is, if maybe not the entirely fulsome laid out solution, but it sure is the foundation of a solution. So us being able to have this conversation to put out vulnerable and authentic and brave things around those feelings of loss and grief, I think is definitely the right direction to move into. And I would encourage all of us to keep that conversation open for sure and revisit it whenever it feels present and powerful for any of us, and encourage others to join in on it, because the antidote to disconnection and isolation is connection. So by sharing, we're connecting. And I think that's the reframe. We're just connecting very vulnerably and honestly in a way that we're not necessarily always encouraged to societally and culturally.
Just seeing it and acknowledging it. Right? What's the first thing I said? I said, why are we? Oops.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I think I was offline
Right?
a minute.
We could hear you.
Yeah, you can hear you fine.
Okay. No, I was just going to say, what was the first thing I said? Why is no one talking about this? It just needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But like all kinds of grief in North America, we tend to not want to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Right? We are trained into keep calm, carry on. And
That's the motto.
We are trained into, there are some of the larger companies we work with where you are literally not allowed to ask other people who work in your department, oh, you are off sick. Are you okay? How are you feeling? You're not allowed to ask.
That's an HR violation.
Wow. What?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because they don't want to open up the possibility that, what's that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Legitimately.
Yeah. Legitimately. Yeah.
And so these people come in for a session, and Christine, who helps us out at our office, will
amazing and lovely.
will come in with the person and ask me a question, and I'll say, oh yeah, I forgot that. Thank you so much. Walk over, hug her, and say, I promise I'll do that later. Love you. Sorry. And they'll just stare at me and go, that was six HR violations.
Wow. What the hell? I can't believe that.
Yeah.
But again, North America in so many ways is all about disconnection. And then we wonder why we have such massively high rates of anxiety and depression.
Yeah. And pharmaceutical subscriptions through the roof. And
so, right. So this idea.
I'm sorry. It's many decades since I was in the workforce, right? So
Yeah.
things have apparently changed. Oh my God.
Yeah. They certainly
Wow.
have. And you know, that's not even to condemn them all. I think people have good intent, but we're so afraid of ourselves. We're so afraid of what we feel that you know the overcorrection has gone really extreme to the other end of the spectrum.
Well, and from a couple of questions that were emailed in, we're talking about, well, what's going on in the nervous system and why does it feel like my heart is actually heavy? And when we tie that back into the grief, it's because the part of our brain that registers pain when we physically hurt ourselves is the same part of our brain that registers pain when we lose someone, even if the loss isn't a permanent loss, even if it's that they're going to school, they've moved out. When you break up with someone, the same part of the brain activates and tells us we are injured. So you will feel your heart feeling heavy. You will feel like there's something wrong because your brain is telling you there's something wrong. So when we don't give ourselves space to sit in that grief because we're not taught to do it, we're not taught that it's okay, we're not taught to sit in the discomfort and find our way through it, our brain keeps telling us, okay, you're still injured. It's been 5, 10, 20 years. You're still injured and you haven't dealt with it. It's like walking around on an unsplinted ankle that was damaged and you keep re-injuring it as you walk.
But yet you're expected to keep pace, keep going, and you know, in fact, increase the amount and the distance and the speed with which you walk. Right? It's profoundly, and it's so hilarious to me because we exalt logic so much. It's profoundly illogical to expect that someone's gonna, with a broken leg, run at the same speed, cover the same distance, carry the same load that they could when their leg was healthy. We wouldn't think that. It makes no sense, but yet we exalt that, and people who do that to show their toughness or their discipline or their dedication or their grit or any of that sort of stuff. So,
well, and that's why NAP is so useful in the way that we use it. Not to sound self-aggrandizing, but because it starts with
you're in shameless self-promotion time.
We were very close. But NAP always starts with, I acknowledge this thing, I accept this thing that I don't want to acknowledge and accept. And the reason that I stole that for NAP from Dana's AAA stuff with the Black Belt Mind is because we tend to not want to fully acknowledge and accept something that doesn't feel good. That's what we were all trained to do. We keep calm, carry on, we tuck it away for later. And when you give your brain the space to go, yeah, I acknowledge the idea that my kid moving out might feel like I broke both of my legs, and I accept the fact that I'm suffering as if this was an actual physical injury.
Yeah.
And the brain and the nervous system go, okay, you listened to me. Okay. I thought you were ignoring that.
Yeah. Well, and to bring us to a close, which again, it was 5 minutes ago when we started. You know, I also want to make sure that the idea of, you know, I talk about in the Black Belt Mind coping versus handling, right? And I don't ever want to make it sound on any level like we're condemning or putting people down or demonizing coping, because man, as a single parent, particularly as a single mother in very practical ways, sometimes all you can do is cope. Sometimes the best you've got is to just get through the pain, get through the exhaustion, get through the tired, get through the worry, the anxiety to the best of your ability. Because if you don't get through that, you got no chance of actually handling the situation or solving the thing that's causing that duress. So, you know, we want to offer people, to the best of our ability, the opportunity to find something better than just coping, but also fully recognize that sometimes life can be so intensely stressful, and there can be, you know, it's as I was talking about with the ferritin level example with the clients that she has, or women that come in, where it's like, oh yeah, my iron could be perfect, my iron could be in the tank. It doesn't matter. I don't have a choice. I still got to do the stuff I got to do, because if I don't, it doesn't get done, and if it doesn't get done, there's real pain and suffering that occurs. So, you know, we applaud people who have done their best to cope as best as they can, and that's actually part of what inspires us to then go, hey, you know what? Great job. You did the best you could with what you had and what you knew how to do then. Here's something that might possibly work a little better. And you know, if we're not willing to have the conversations, you know, this this lens we're looking through is the one of empty nesting. If we're not willing to have the conversation about just how much that is to cope with, well, then we rob each other of the ability to support that in a way that gives people a chance to get out of that stress and weight of grief into something that's not that.
So short version, your brain has broken an ankle, and the more you give yourself permission to explore how the ankle is broken. And I think for you, Nicole, and I know we're out of time, but I think for you, because you didn't have the luxury of time. You had to keep doing all the things.
Yeah.
There was no choice.
There's no choice, and there's no time to explore. Like, you just wrap the ankle and keep going.
Yeah.
I did.
Right, and hooray.
I have a funny analogy for you around that. Yeah, God. Okay, this can make you laugh. I'm not really good at that stuff anyway.
Right.
And one time I was walking down the stairs just before belly dance class was starting, and one of us had left a vacuum cleaner in the middle of the stairs. So you hear me, I was talking to my daughter, like, yeah, blah, 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 and all of a sudden you hear sweary word, bang, crash, sweary word. And I'm on the bottom of the stairs, and I had broken my foot. And so instead of doing a normal human thing, I said, get my office chair on the wheels and one of my canes from class. And I rode myself in as though I was canoeing into class. And I'm like, okay. And they took one look at me and went, no, get in my truck. We're going to the hospital. But even after I had the cast on my foot, we still performed. My veil got stuck in my cast several times on stage. But even then, I didn't stop. So I wonder how that applies. I don't know.
Well, what that lands from just real fast is like that right there, right there is the epitome of a mother's attitude. Like, and when you think about, I will never experience this directly, but I've sure witnessed it in the greatness of my own mother. But when you are literally responsible for a life,
right?
Like when you are carrying a life, your whole perspective has to shift as to what's doable, what's possible, and what you're capable of.
Exactly.
Because in that level of responsibility, if you've done that, had that same example, you tripped down the stairs, you've hit the vacuum cleaner, you broke your foot. If you have to walk from this example from my own mother, not when she was pregnant, but when she was a little girl, she had to walk every morning to get water. It's like, well, water is going to make everything that we need to get done to survive the day possible. If you're there, you're a woman who's carrying a child, you have that mishap, you break your foot, you are the only one looking after
with wheels and
right?
row in there.
You're the only one looking after yourself. Well, the fact that you need water to survive the day doesn't change.
That's right.
The only thing that changes is your willingness to go above and beyond to make sure that you get it. Not only for yourself, but for the life that you're carrying. Like,
yeah,
there's unbelievable courage, strength, and wisdom in that example. So
that's hilarious. And I mean, it never even occurred to me ever.
Of course.
Ever. It was just, my students are almost here. It's class time. Let's get our poop together and figure out a way to,
Yeah. So when you've been making that kind of effort on behalf of those people with which you are responsible for the well-being of, whether they're your children or your students, and then all of a sudden you don't have that job anymore.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That is where we began.
We may need to do a part 3 on that specific aspect.
Boom. Right?
Right?
Because, I mean, well, first of all, like I said, no one's talking about it. And we do need to talk about it. And I love the way you address a lot of this so well.
Oh,
it's a deep subject.
It really
is.
You even managed to bring in quantum entanglement. I mean, how impressive is that? Oh, jazz hands! Woo.
Jazz hands!
When you mentioned Great Brain, we had to go there.
Quantum jazz hands.
Yes. Jazz hands in all dimensions.
Interdimensional jazz hands.
Yes. There we go. I think that needs to be the name of a belly dance number.
Oh my God. Okay. That,
right?
That seed has been planted. We are past the top.
Yes, yes. What a shock that we could actually lose track of time talking to each other. That never happens.
All right. Anything to
wonderful.
What do you want to let people know about before we close up?
The same shameless self-promotion.
Yes.
New audios coming soon. Go and listen to the ones that are on there. You can get some that are free. You can pay for the unweighted one. So many of the themes in the unweighted one, which is 3 weeks long, but you can get the first 3 days free, are a lot of the inherited things that we were actually talking about tonight, just from a different angle.
Sure.
So, and all you have to do is press play and go to sleep, which is kind of the best way to do a lot of this work when we're really tired and dealing with grief. So thedigitaldojo.net, and Dana usually does the plug for the socials, but all of our socials are on there.
Yes.
And come visit us and email us, because tell us what you want us to talk about next, because we love hearing from you.
Absolutely. All of our offerings that have any financial connection to them are at 50% off for all News for the Soul listeners. We're excited to share with you. There's tons of free stuff to check out, all kinds of ways to get access into what we might have to offer that could be useful for you on a variety of subjects and topics. And if anything that we talked about tonight in terms of the specific focus we had around empty nesting and its fallout, please let us know. Email us. Let us know. Give us comments on any of our socials from Pinterest, Instagram, and YouTube, and all in between. Let us know if you want to hear more discussion specifically around this topic, because we can certainly do that here with Nicole. We can certainly do that through our other social media platforms and forums. And we're super excited to talk about things that you're super excited to talk about.
And it was super amazing having you on.
As it always is.
I love these deep dives. We really get in there.
They're the best.
And looking forward to next time, guys.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
All right. We'll see you next Thursday.
Sounds great. Have a great day. Thanks again, as always.
Thank you.
All right. Bye for now. The Digital Dojo. I still have to say that very slowly. All linked up on newsforthesoul.com. We'll see you tomorrow morning with our next shows. Done for the day. Yay. Well, not yay, but yay.
Our previously aired broadcast of News for the Soul online at newsforthesoul.com. Now let's get back to the show.
Eddie sat in my lap that entire time as soon as I started talking about
wow. Cool.
He was like, "No, you need me. Get me up there."
His approval. I love that. That's so great.
It's amazing how tuned in they are, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I met him. Did I tell you the story about when my dog died? And 3 days later, one of my students found Eddie in the States on a Craigslist ad. And I was like non-functional. I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't work. And I actually got scared. I thought, oh dear, I can't function. I'm not okay.
Connection, right? Loss of connection.
Maybe I should have brought this. And then, but I wasn't looking just to replace any old dog with any old dog. It's got to be that soul connection, right?
Absolutely.
And this brand new belly dance student saw a Craigslist ad in Seattle, sent it to me, and I looked at the picture of the dog, and I had that connection. I'm like, great. So this is 3 days into the whole adventure. Well, suffice it to say, by day 4, I was driving down to pick Eddie up.
Yeah, of course you were.
Crazy town, right? And when we got in my car, he suddenly went, "Oh, my dad's forgetting me. My dad, hey, you forgot." So he was in the same pain at the same time. And then we looked at each other, and he got on my lap. And ever since then, we've been like soulmates.
Inseparable buddies.
Wow.
Yeah, right from that nanosecond. Yeah.
Wow.
How cool is that, eh?
True family.
I could feel my pain. I could feel his pain. It was the same pain, and it bonded us, and that was it. 1 second.
Love
That's amazing.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So he's pretty tuned in.
He is.
Kidding.
Yeah.
He is.
That was good today, you guys. That was awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you. Always.
It always is, but thanks. It's awesome. Thanks for giving us the space to have these kinds of conversations.
Yeah, they deserve to be
really
explored more than they are.
Yeah,
absolutely. I know, right? Well, that's why we're here. All right. And I love
Thank
the jazz
you.
hands. I have no memory of how that started, but it's brilliant.
Yeah, but
It's irrelevant now.
it's part of the furniture now.
I foresee live events where all the people have white gloves on going,
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
It will. It will. I'm sure of it.
All right, guys. Will you take
Awesome,
care?
my
Have a
dear.
great night.
Thank
Wonderful.
you
You
too.
too.
Talk
Be
soon.
in touch. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks
Bye.
again. Bye.
Bye.